Hi guys, I am back. So, yesterday and this morning, you heard me say that my internet went out. We had a lightning strike right outside the house, and something must have struck my building and it fried the router. We replaced the router, everything was good. And then today, the internet goes out midstream while we're watching day 140, and it's getting spicy. We're on cross examination, Shart's up there ready to lay it down, and internet just goes out. And it's not the devices, it wasn't the hardware. There is actually a widespread outage, and they gave us an estimate of 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. Suddenly, we're back up way earlier, so I'm not going to complain about that. I am fine though. The weather is beautiful today, so I can only imagine yesterday's storm might have had a leaning tree. Something was ready to come down, it came down, knocked into a line today, or something was fizzling out from the weather yesterday. Thank you guys all for checking in. We will have to resume here. I have it queued up to when Shart gets up for cross-examination, and we did watch a couple minutes of his cross already, but I don't exactly know where it froze on you guys, so we'll just start from the beginning of Shart's cross. Yeah, Spectrum is mostly okay. That's really the summary, the short summary. And I have a funky way. I want to say thank you to everyone that has sent supers. I just realized there's actually a way. There's a new feature in StreamYard where I can restart a stream from a broadcast that was done earlier. And I didn't enable that feature. It's new. I was like, oh, I'll do it eventually. If I had enabled that this morning, I could have restarted within that chat window and had all the chats from earlier. But what I can do, and you guys can get a little preview, and this will be funky, so I hope you guys all bear with me, because I don't want to leave anybody unappreciated. I can still see the starred, which means the StreamYard automatically stars super chats. So I've got a weird way that we can make sure nobody's missed here. So we're going to do a super chat marathon and clear through what I didn't get to earlier. And then we're going to see Shart lay it down. So here we go. Peter Ortiz, thank you for the 2. I'm in the little corner here twice, but this is how we got to do it. Love the hat, Cat. Shout out to our folks with the hats in the chat, including Ike right below, who says, morning to my X-Men mods. We've got a naming schematic going on. This had me dying laughing. Jennifer Devine, love could talk your tree to the ground. And you know, that could be that tree that came down and knocked into that Spectrum and gave our whole neighborhood an outage. It could have been that. So big thank you. You guys show Jennifer some love. Leah's dad says, the judge can't critically think about a photo, but is in charge of being neutral when it comes to these men's lives and what can be used against them. And I didn't get to really watch much. I thought it was my hardware, right? So I was playing around with the hardware, was ready to go buy another router, and then we finally realized it's actually an outage. So I didn't really see what we're gonna get into, but I did see on X. We're gonna see some more shenanigans today, guys. I hear the jury's gonna go home a little early, I think. So Leah's dad, thank you so much. Excited to see, well, not excited, but I'll be interested in seeing what plays out. Army Nurse started earlier saying that today should be like Mod Appreciation Day. What a better day than the day my internet conks out for the second day in a row. To shout out to the mods who held it down when I don't even know what the stream looks like when I disappear. Is it just the purple screen? It's just like nothing. And Drea, I saw your message that I had Drea's comment pinned when everything went out. So Drea's comment about what was it? Something going out. It was just like an applicable chat from Judge Whitaker Drea was referencing, and that's what was stuck on the screen when my internet went out. So that's a good time. So mod love all the time. Okay, and it does just show the purple screen. Oh boy. But Army Nurse says, good morning, everyone. Congrats to you, Kat. It was like yesterday when I was the 1.5 subscriber. Amazing job. Yeah, Army Nurse has been here for the long haul. Consider her someone I feel like I know through YouTube, seeing her in chats everywhere. So this is super, super sweet. Thank you, Army Nurse, and I hope you guys hear these, because this is obviously a separate stream from when you guys actually sent this stuff. Shannon Alexander says, congratulations, 25K. Good day, K&W. Crime Slime, Green Gang. Shannon always has names. Love is ready for a picnic. the pattern. I'm still hoping a marriage certificate comes up. Me too, you know. I try not to offer tea up as information on the channel, but that doesn't mean I don't like a good tea. So if there is a marriage certificate somewhere, I want to know. Sassy Experience says, this case is based a lot on social media posts. Scary as heck that the judge can't tell a screenshot of a monitor. Yes, that's so frustrating. She can't tell a screenshot of the court Zoom, even though the picture's at an angle. Look how she ruled on the picture of the Grand Theft Auto gaming. I agree, and that was, yesterday we heard about that, and it just shows you're kind of like out of touch and not willing to acknowledge what you might not be aware of, right? I'm sure there's people in this chat that don't know what the game Grand Theft Auto is like, what it's like to play it. But you guys in the chat would probably be like, oh, someone else in the chat said it could be relevant to consider for this reason. I'm willing to learn about that and be aware that I didn't know that before. And as a judge, I think the judge should be a little bit more open to doing that. So shout out to Sassy Experience for the great insight there. Toothless Tiger, my friend, says, congratulations, Kat, on your 25K. I did a video on Gaither's first 48 debut. Yeah, I think debut. Season 16, episode 16, Soldier Down. Timestamp. Okay, so I did not know this. Oh, yes, it's the first video right here. So I'm going to link to this in the chat, you guys. This is, if you have not seen First 48, and I'm going to be watching this when this is done. Here's Gaither on TV, even though she's hidden in the courtroom. Brought to you by Toothless Tiger. Ah, I can't wait. I'm going to hit the save to watch later. And I'm also going to save it. I have a small YSL playlist that sometimes I add stuff to. I'm going to add it in there too. So it'll be in there. It'll be awesome. And this is the one. Okay, so I had kept this pinned all day. Army Nurse said, with your permission, Kat, I declare today Moderator's Day. So Mlat all the time, you guys. Boom emoji, green emoji, whatever you want to use. Big love to the mods that they're just like, the lights went out. We're playing Uno in the chat. The mods held it down. And I think the mods got us redirected with other channels that we can go and continue watching on, which I really appreciate you guys for doing that. Charles, so you had become a member. Thank you so much. And I think the banner, we can still start with the same banner we left off with. The member count might be a little bit off. But we should have our squeak counter. StreamYard saves that between streams. So HTX Cast says, you can tell by Love's all right and okay remarks if she likes or dislikes something. Yeah, and she's always so, she says it right into the microphone. Like, we don't need you to say, okay, when an objection sustained against you. But, oh man. Thank you so much, HTX Cass. And then, speaking of Cass, has anyone seen Cash Money Cass? She might not be here. It's her actual birthday today. But if she pops up, I want to make sure she hears us say happy birthday. Dave911 here says, congrats on being... I'm clicking these like they're coming up on the screen. And I'm forgetting that this is just a relic from the last stream. Dave911 is just Biff up here. Biff-Rons, I'm going to keep you down here the whole time. Dave911 says, congrats on the 25K, Kat. That's only the beginning of bigger things to come. I'm addicted. Dave, I love that you are here. Thank you so much. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I wish I could show you my bulldog watching TV. I think she thinks Gaither's growling and Love is barking. I wish you could show us your bulldog too. You gotta do, I think Carrie. Yesterday, Carrie, I think Carrie H? I think it's Carrie H. But she swapped her profile picture to show us her dogs, which was super smart. I love that. And it was super awesome that you did that just so we could see it in the chat. So Chloe, if you want to show us your bulldog, you could like change your picture for a day. But yeah, thinking that Love's barking at the screen. Oh man. And you guys are crazy with this one. CEO has said, how long is this dog going to be on the stand? And Cutthroat said, when is the defense going to interview B. Gaither? Thank you, guys. Byron the Great says, I keep clicking it to put it on the screen. Love stays objecting to the defense's objections. It's so unprofessional, the shady stuff Love is doing. Judge will never grant a mistrial at this point. Free all slime. I think we got this one earlier, but it's worth saying again. She's not going to grant a mistrial. So you're still on the money. Sean Turner says a simple question is effective and love can't learn. I think we got these two. Okay, we got this block of them here. We got this block. Here we go. This is a new one. Raymond Rohrer says the judge is an enabler, feeding love's addiction to deception. There are never any consequences because the judge fears the finger snapping, G actions from the DA's office. But I do agree. I do think that the judge just is, that's why she's taking these passive aggressive solutions. She's going to take a potty break to cut love off instead of really reprimanding her and telling her just to be done. So I'll choose different words to use, but I get the sentiment there. Ike says her first instinct was to use it for examination. Yeah, good. Use it as her last question, but we didn't know we should tell the defense that we have this. Chloe Albert's Revenge says this judge is dead wrong. The state keeps bluffing and getting caught and called on it. And the defense is lumped in when they get admonished for the longevity. It's all her, in my opinion. Yep, stop blaming the defense for... And shout out to Atkins earlier. Love tried to get up and say, you know, we just got this USB port working. It wasn't working. We couldn't open the files. And Atkins was like, well, we got it open now, and I'm just figuring it out. Like, we get it. We're good. we're good. Like, Atkins pumped the brakes there. But otherwise, Love always wants it to be, haha, the defense is at fault, yell at them. SteffJK, thank you for holding it down when the internet imploded. Also gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And then Tay Biz, I thought this is what was on the screen, but I guess it was a Drea post. But Tay Biz, this was really nice. Always good to see you in the chat and cannot wait for you to keep doing more content, to keep going and growing. I know you had a little setback with YouTube. And mods, if you could drop Tay Biz's link in the chat, that'd be awesome. Tay Biz has some of my favorite commentary out there. He should be the one celebrating 25K subscribers. Love, love, love a Tay Biz stream, video, whatever it is. Thank you so much for all your support and entertainment that you bring me. Gigi says, Railroad Express, last stop Fulton County's DA and APD station. Yeah, dropping off some boxes for Love to go through. Sean D says, Love's behavior reminds me of the B word. You guys, yeah, it's on people's minds. Said out loud when she said thug called Rich Homie Quan, right? She gave it the soundbite. She said that B word so hard that day. She does not represent integrity well. At all. Thank you, Sean. Peter says, I'm not trying to be sexist, but women are in charge of the court and DA's office. I'm just saying, please don't hate on me. No, and I mean, I made commentary yesterday, and it's my perspective. I feel like women don't like... There's a stigma about hurting a woman's feelings. Whether that should be the case or not, and whether that's anybody's personal inclination to feel bad or not feel bad for someone based on what gender they are. I think a good amount of people are more cautious about hurting a woman's feelings than saying something slick that could offend a man. And maybe that'll change more as society grows and changes. But I still think there's a lean. I think we're, as a society, a bit more cautious about saying something that could make a girl cry, right? I don't think guys get that same consideration at the same level, right? So I do think there's an imbalance, and I think it'd be a little bit in denial to not acknowledge that there is a certain dynamic. So it doesn't mean that everything comes down to a gender distinction, but there's still something at play. Trina Tina, hold on here. Trina Tina had sent a cash app. Thank you so much, Trina. Let me pull that up. So sweet of you, Trina. Trina said, have a glass on me. We all need it, with the laughing faces. Right on. Right on. You know, it's been a little bit, but one of my favorite drinks used to be a Mexican mule, like tequila, ginger beer, lime. I think this weekend's, Trina, thank you for treating me. This weekend I might get a good old Mexican mule. Thank you so much for your support. Stephen T. Satchel says, I'm a 30-year-plus software pro. We did this one, but great point. Like, never relying on, data will always exist. Nothing could ever go wrong. So keep a backup, especially if you're a courtroom or a detective that should be trying to preserve your data. Thank you so much, Stephen. Wanna Be an Author says, my wishes for this trial, a not guilty verdict. The prosecution and judge get charged with RICO, and they have to spend 2 years in Rice Street Jail. You want to know the crazy part? And I don't say this lightly. I think spending a night, a sleepover party in Rice Street Jail would have such a profound impact on the prosecutor, the judge, whoever you want to say, people that don't have experience, they haven't been in the shoes of the people they're holding in custody or causing to continue to be held in custody. I think one night, maybe one weekend, could have such a profound impact. It doesn't even need to be 2 years. So I would love to see somebody held in contempt properly for the right reason. Because they seem to take things lightly when it comes to other people. Put them in the shoes. Thank you so much, Wanna Be an Author. Yeah, same sentiment here. Sia Devereaux says, no one in the state of Georgia seems to care about any of this. It's disgusting. And the lying. Yep. Peter says, Kat, you have the best channel. Well, here I am breaking things. You interact with your followers more than any other. Love you, Kat. And guys, I'm a chat lurker at heart. I love the chat, always will love the chat. So that's where that comes from. And I think we got this one earlier. D, ask G if there was exculpatory evidence in the file. And we found out guys, that Dexter Montgomery file, to me, it really seems like a case file when they were investigating the Dexter Montgomery shooting, and they're still missing reports, right? We didn't actually find the missing reports. So that was a whole saga today. Jason Sorensen says, juries get $25 a day. Expert witnesses can get 10 to 20K. Yep, and remember, the prosecutors have the resources to call an expert witness. When the defense, and this is probably, I don't want to keep downplaying, oh, the defendants, they have money, they have Jeffrey Williams sitting over there. Because it's not really a fair playing field. My point is, a defendant anywhere would be responsible for paying their expert witness. So, defense attorney, gotta coordinate that, gotta make sure they find the expert witness, get them paid, make sure they can travel and show up. And, for a defendant that simply doesn't have the funds to do it, think of the impact that can have. When the state can put people up in hotels to make sure they can travel in to testify, pay an expert witness, pay to find a good expert witness, which is hilarious because we haven't really seen great caliber expert witnesses in this trial. But this is really a real impact here. So thank you, Jason, for all your support today and great food for thought. You also say, same sentiment here, the state's the only gang in the courtroom. Josh Silly says, I think the defense needs to argue a mistrial differently. What do you guys think about this? This is something I saw and was thinking about. The misconduct needs to be argued. That all of the objections make them look like they're hiding facts, not hearsay. They don't see what we see. And I think there's a good point to this, right? Argue for the mistrial slightly differently. They're arguing a thing happened, this has the impact, and occasionally we get some mention that it was intentional misconduct or there's no other explanation. And I don't know if it came from Josh, but I believe there was a lot of conversation about this in the chat, and a lot of people wanted to see Bruce Harvey make this motion. So thank you so much, Josh, for the food for thought. Stephen T. Satchel says, wonder if Fulton IT is a window shop. Oh, man. I'm a Windows user. I'm just gonna hide over here. Shout out to Stephen, resident tech expert. FFS says, it's not a complete file. She said it was 8 inches. Oh, no, FFS. Ms. Kate says, F love reasons. Yep. And that's actually good to follow in FFS. Millie says her breathing is killing me. She needs I think this might be CPAP. But it says clap, so I don't know. I'm not sure where we're going with this one, but thank you, Millie. Rod Factor, I remember doing this one. Thank you so much again. This is how she got the name Philip Collins from these case files. Brady 101. And, she had an excuse for not identifying that she planned to use it with this witness, which is just a whole mess. Thank you again for that, Rod. City Gent with the 2, thank you. I'm still clicking to put them on the screen. And then Millie, this was great. Steele set it out. Tag team in full effect. Right, so during that lunchtime questioning with Gaither before the jury came back in, Steele got up there real quick, and then everyone came up in line. Even Carrington Matthews made an appearance, which was nice. Lancelot says, love never presents evidence, months trying to prove she's right, while men sit in jail for years. I'm telling you, man, put her in Rice Street for one weekend. She'll be like, oh, we gotta change how we do everything. I'm never doing that again. Like, put people in the same shoes. Rocco, I'd pin this because I saw this quick. Phil saw it all and then saw at a show he found him talking about Phil Collins, the Phil Collins. Jay says, didn't judge say DA must show exhibit to defense first? Yeah, and they kind of like walked back on caring about that. Like the judge just didn't seem to realize that that was a problem. I don't know if she got lost in Love's ramble rabble about, well, we sent a whole thing in discovery. Well, but you're still supposed to identify what you plan to use with the witness when you're planning to call that witness to the stand. So I really think the judge got lost in that long-winded explanation that was unnecessary and didn't really address the issue from Love. I think it worked. And that sucks. That's why you got to put a pause to what Love's doing. Like, that's not addressing the argument. So the judge has said this and didn't hold Love to it in this instance. Speaking of Phil Collins, Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I think it's that Phil Collins. The lyrics to In the Air Tonight are pretty gangsta. BigBabyJane, I had highlighted this. I'll never forget Love's hot mic to Atkins regarding the files he was supposed to go call about. Yep. Do you guys remember that day? I think Love was wearing like you guys called it like the Christmas plaid flannel shirt. And there was a hot mic moment because they were wondering like, where are these files? Oh, they're at APD. And Atkins ends up running out of the room, and Love kind of like, as he's leaving and kind of turned towards Hilton, to me it says, they don't got him. That's what I heard. Some people said don't call him. But either way, kind of interesting. Like, is this part of something that we're gonna find the next time a witness is called to the stand and we want to make a bombshell final question to that witness? Are we gonna be like, oops, it was quietly mixed in this box over here? So BigBabyJane, great recall there. Jason Sorensen says, we have a problem with judges who act like these cases are such a waste of their time. But they want to keep it going. While people's lives are on the line, it's so despicable. 100%. Teresa Henry became a member. Thank you so much, Teresa. And then I think this is when the power went out. You guys are crazy sending super chats when the stream is like dying. Thank you guys. Oh my gosh. Miss AB. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Smooth criminal. Shout out to the king of pop, MJ. Heck yeah. My attempt at a laugh break, I hope that worked. Always appreciate a good music reference. Thanks for checking in. You guys are just incredible. FFS said, DA loves stop messing with Cat's internet. Jakey Grandpa said, we have been wiretapped. Miss B. Oh, this is, okay, so Ike sent a super to Miss AB. Mr. Shart, I don't know why I keep trying to click it on the screen. Mr. Shart was in the courtroom. There was a loud boom. It was Cat's doom. Internet in the apartment was restarted. It was shorted. Oh, we got bars, Ike. Nice, Ike. And then L. Allen says for the mods, now I got to remind you guys, mods that are willing to provide CashApp, or Venmo or PayPal, I've added them to the description. If you change your mind on that, mods, and you suddenly decide, hey, I want to either update my info or do want to provide it now, you guys just send it to me on X or in an email. But it's difficult through this mechanism to do anything with a super chat for it, because YouTube holds money from chats for like, we don't get it for like 90 days. So shout out to L. Allen for appreciating the mods. But guys, always a reminder that the descriptions, right? It should be in the description of this video. I copy and paste the same description with the mods info. But just as a reminder to you guys. Let me make sure it's there. Oh no, and I messed it up because I pulled it. Oh, let me fix that. So I started this stream differently, but it's in my upload defaults on YouTube when I do a live stream. So let me fix that. My bad. My bad. pull it from yesterday's stream. Alrighty. So now if you look in the video description, you will see the mod's information. There you go. It's now actually there properly. There you go. And then, where was my window? We're almost there, you guys. Ruben says, they got us, gang. POP, hold it down. Shout out to Ruben. Angie Lay sniped a membership, sniping some slime when the stream broke. Thank you so much, Angie. And then Stephen T. Satchel. I did not need a new router, so please let me know if, like, I can send this back to you. This is very generous and very appreciated. And luckily, I did not actually need to get another new router. It was a neighborhood outage rather than anything wrong with my actual hardware. So thank you so much for this. Guys, and there's your little preview of what this looks like in StreamYard. But we can get back over. We've got lined up with Shark cross-examination. And we can do, you guys want to do 1.25? We did watch some of Shark's cross-examination, but we're just going to start from the beginning here. Where is, I think I have a banner. We know we were like 3 objections in. So, got that going here. Make this big. And shout out to Bifrons for being our current stream pinned chat. Al says 2 times, I wish. Yeah, we can skip really fast all of the breaks where we can't hear anything. We're gonna reset to 0 objections because we're starting at the beginning. And sorry, my member counter is going to be wrong because I don't know if it really caught. I don't know if 91 was the final count, and I don't know where the cutoff was, but we'll approximate. We'll start that. We'll start at 0 for that, and let's get into it. We've got the objections at 0. And closed captions.
Utilize that. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Former Sergeant Gaither. Retired Sergeant Gaither. I think you know this, but my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Yes, sir.
The same intro
I want to
always.
first talk about this file. May I approach the witness with the
You
file?
may.
Can I just refer to you as Sergeant Gaither? I know you're
Sure.
retired, but okay.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Sergeant Gaither, as I understand it, you were the lead investigator on the Dexter Montgomery shooting case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now
The secondary investigator. I'm sorry.
that shooting was from April 12, 2015.
The secondary investigator, yes. It was originally assigned to someone, and then my unit took over the case.
You eventually took over.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of your duties as the lead investigator, once you took over, you maintained a case file, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that case file was an original file that would have the work you did, the police reports generated, and all the information regarding the work that you did on the case, correct?
Your Honor, these questions were asked and answered several months ago, the first
were.
time that Sergeant
Okay,
Gaither
well,
was on.
then,
And now we-
they were, let's not go over
Well,
it again.
we now have the case, copy of the case
Well,
file.
no, we don't.
Okay, we have a copy. So,
Your Honor, I object to the testimony. The jury has heard what the witnesses said, and I object to Mr. Sharp attempting to put information before the jury that she's not said. And
Okay, just ask her a question about
So,
it then, but
as-
don't recover stuff that's already been established.
as I understand, that original case file was left in a cabinet in APD.
objection, that was asked and answered months
It's
ago.
overruled, he's just recalling her to whatever it was she said before, but move on and get
I
to
will.
whatever you want to ask now.
As I recall, you've testified that that original case file was left in the cabinet of APD when you left.
Yes.
Okay. And you have now identified that file that's next to you that Ms. Love brought to court today as a copy of that file, correct?
I don't think those were my exact words.
What are your exact words?
I stated there are portions of this file that are copies of my original file.
Okay, so let me break that down.
Yes,
It's
sir.
a copy of your original file, but then there's also additional materials that someone else added.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes what the witness said.
She can correct me if I'm wrong.
Overruled.
Is that correct? That it was your original file, that's a copy of your original file, and then someone else added some other documents?
I cannot tell you if that is my original file because I don't remember all of the contents of the original file. There are portions and documents of things that were in my original file that are now in this folder right here. And there are also portions that I don't know where they came from that are in this folder as well.
Okay, and when you make a copy of your original file and send it to the DA's office, you would want to include the pertinent parts of your investigation, correct?
Sure.
Because they're the ones that are going to be prosecuting the case, the DA's office.
At what stage of the case, like I stated to this gentleman here, different stages of the case going through the court system, you will receive different pieces of evidence. And maybe starting in the beginning, like the complaint room, you may not have all pieces of evidence or documents that'll end up in your original file at the end. So therefore, different stages that the case goes to the DA's office, you may not have all of the information.
It would contain the information for the work that you had done up to that point.
In the original file?
Yes.
Or portions of the file? At different stages, once again, you will receive different pieces of information. When I'm done with the case, all the information that I have for a particular case will be in that original file.
Right. And then the
Right.
original file is copied and sent to the DA's office. Correct?
Sir, I don't know a different way to explain to you what
Do you withhold
What I'm saying,
information
I
from
don't
the
know.
DA's office?
Your Honor, objection as to relevance and objection, she's asked to answer.
Sustained.
Okay. As the lead investigator of the Dexter Montgomery case shooting back in 2015, do you remember the names Cornelius Davis, Carrion Mooney, and Christian James?
Objection, Your Honor, these were covered months ago. The same
Well,
question
and
was
that's why
asked
I'm
and answered.
calling it. We're calling it for the jury and for the witness.
Go ahead.
Do you recall the names Cornelius Davis, Carrion Mooney, and Christian James?
Yes.
Okay, they were individuals that your investigation led you to believe were in the car with Dexter Montgomery at the time he was shot, correct?
Your Honor, this, again, asked and answered, so objection.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what we're getting at here.
I'll get there soon.
Get there really soon.
Those are individuals that were in the car with Dexter Montgomery per your investigation?
They were victims in that case, yes, sir.
Okay. And they were also witnesses?
Sure.
All right. Your Honor, I would like to play some prior testimony from April 29, 2024.
Your Honor, I object.
Of this witness?
Yes.
I object to, the jury has already heard the testimony.
For what purpose? Y'all approach.
And how can Whitaker even properly weigh on an ask the answer type objection, or if they've heard this previously? Like, how does she know if it's actually cumulative or not? Right? Because Whitaker wasn't here when Gaither was on the stand the first time. So, you know, good times all around. We have a birthday shout out in the chat to Chris Westis. Happy birthday to Chris Westis. And if you're not looking at your screen and like dogs, we have a dog on the screen. Thank you so much, Chris. Love your dog. And we could skip some of these. I don't know how long these sidebars are. And I'm also a little scared to miss if they say anything before the camera pans back. So we'll go a little before they come back.
Take this.
Okay, I messed up anyway. All right, this looks good.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? You want to take this? Okay. I'm not going to ask you anything else about the case file.
Okay,
Let's
so
talk about-
loss.
August 5th, 2015. Okay, that was the date of the interview with Mr. Zachary, correct?
Okay.
Could you speak up a little bit?
Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Zachary was in jail, correct?
Yes, he was in custody.
All right, and he was in custody for a series of shooting residences from April 28, 2015.
Yes.
Oh, and you were the lead investigator in that case.
Later on, yes.
Okay. You were the one that took out the warrants for Mr. Zachary.
Yes, sir.
All right. And he was arrested on that case on July 28th of 2015, correct?
Sounds about right.
Okay.
I'm not sure the exact date.
Why don't you want to
The
say the
charges
date?
Mr. Zachary was facing, you took out the warrants, 3 counts of ag assault,
If you can remind me what the charges are, actual warrants, I don't know off the top of my head, everything he was charged with.
aggravated battery for shooting Denise Bell.
If you have something that can refresh my memory, I don't know of all of the exact charges
Okay,
off the top of my head.
All right. Did you charge him with aggravated battery?
Your Honor, the question has been asked and answered. If Mr. Sharp would provide something, she's asking for something to refresh her memory.
She says she doesn't know the exact charges, so I'm trying to work through it with her. Do you recall charging him with aggravated battery for shooting Denise Bell?
Yes, I'm speaking of when you say counts, I can't recall how many exact counts is
I
what I'm
understand,
saying.
and I'm not going to press you on that. Okay. Criminal damage to property,
Okay.
is that gang charges?
It sounds about right. I don't know off the top of my head everything that he was charged with.
You charge him with gang charges, gang act violations,
Yes.
and you charge him with possession of firearm during commission of a felony.
That sounds about right.
All right. And he also had pending, he was still on bond for it, but he had pending the case from May 5th of 2015 when an officer found a gun in Summer Good's car, correct?
Okay.
You discussed that in an interview about his bond conditions and all the rest.
I'm trying to remember.
Okay.
It was before, so I'm sure the case wasn't dissolved by the time I talked to him in August, so.
Okay, so he has this case of shooting the houses, and then he has a separate case.
The gun possession, yes.
Gun possession. Right. And at the time on August 5th, from July 28, 2015, when he was arrested to August 5th, he didn't have a bond, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. You talked about calls that were made in the beginning of that. You said something to the effect, this is not a quote. Your people are calling me, so, I'm here now. What do you have to say?
Okay.
Is that paraphrasing? Is that
Sure.
right? All right. And I think you testified that you gave your number to certain people related to him. Who did you give your number to?
His mother.
His mother. Okay. Is that your standard practice, to give your number to people that you arrest?
Yes,
Or the family, I'm sorry, the family members of people you arrest?
a search warrant was executed at her home, so a lot of people had my phone number. It's a common practice of mine, yes.
Okay. Kenneth Copeland, did he have your number?
You're aware that he had my number?
Okay. Did his family members have your number?
I don't think I spoke with any of his family members.
What about Miss Quarterman? Did she have your number?
I believe so.
Okay, and that was his girlfriend at the time? And mother?
His child's mother, yes.
All right. Demekion Garlington, did he have your number?
No.
Did his family members have your number?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to, and I'm specifically talking about Mr. Zachary now.
Mm-hmm.
When you made reference to people calling on his behalf or to get you to go out and talk to him, who specifically was it that was calling?
The best of my memory, it was his mother and his girlfriend at the time, Miss Good.
Okay. And these calls would have taken place in between July 28th and 2015 and August 5th, 2015. Is that fair to say? These calls would have happened after his arrest?
I would assume. I'm not 100% certain. But it was definitely after the search warrant was executed at his home.
Do you know what date the search warrant was?
I don't know off the top of my head.
How many times did his mother call you?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and
How many times did Summer Good call you?
relevance. Objection.
Let me ask you, are there any reports regarding these phone conversations you had with Mr. Zachary's mother or girlfriend that you generated?
No.
Okay. Were these phone calls you had with Mr. Zachary's mother and girlfriend, were they recorded?
I don't believe so.
All right. On direct, you talked about your practice of not revealing your cards first. Remember that?
I don't think I used the word cards, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay, well, I'm not directly quoting you.
Okay.
But the idea that you hold back your information because you don't want the person that you're interrogating to know what you know, and then structure a story around what they know you know.
Okay.
Does that sound about right?
More or less, yeah.
Okay. People lie in the interrogation room, don't they?
Objection, Your Honor. One, relevance as to what people do, and two, speaking of the veracity of a witness is exactly the thing that the court has instructed the witness not to do.
That's not as to a particular witness, overruled.
And Your Honor, then objection, relevance as to what other people do.
Sustained.
Okay. You hold back information because you're concerned about people crafting their lies around what they would know you know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase.
Why do you hold back information from people in the interrogation room?
An objection that was asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it wasn't asked and answered by me, and I'm trying to lay the foundation to go somewhere with this.
Okay, well, you just asked a question very similar to that, so
Well, it was my recollection was objected to. That's why I'm asking open-ended now. Why do you withhold? I asked if she withholds information. I'm asking, why do you withhold information from people in the interrogation room?
Your Honor,
you just asked her about the testimony she gave on direct as to why she did that. And she answered. Yeah, that was pretty much it.
Okay. In your experience, do people in the interrogation room try to protect themselves?
objection, relevance as to what people in the interrogation room do.
Are we speaking about a particular case? I mean, everybody's different.
I'm talking about in your experience.
In my experience, everyone is different. They have different reasons and motivations for what they say.
In your experience,
Oh, yes,
in the
sometimes.
interrogation room, do people attempt to shift blame onto others?
Everyone has different motives and tactics that they use to try to outsmart us. Unless you're
yes,
talking about
sometimes.
someone specific. I don't want to just generalize all of my experience and all of my interrogations.
Okay, well, all right, let's talk about a specific example that came up on direct.
Okay.
Ms. Love asked you about Quindaria Zachary informing you that Woody, Kenneth Copeland, Woody, and Antonio Sledge Moontunk shot shell kill on Martin Luther King.
Shut at.
Shot at shell kill on Martin Luther King.
I don't know. Objection is to,
She asked.
you know what? I withdraw it. I'll let him ask the question.
Thank you. Do you remember?
Shot at Kelvin Watts? Yes.
Yes. Do you remember being asked about that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if Woody admitted to that when you interviewed him, right?
Okay.
And you chuckled.
I don't remember chuckling. Just now or then?
No, then.
I don't recall.
Okay.
I want to say, of course not, is what I stated.
Of course not.
Of course not.
Why did you say of course not?
Because we all know that he didn't. We watched several interviews with him, and he did not state anything about that.
Okay. That would have been against his legal interests, right?
Objection, Your Honor, as to,
Sustained.
In fact, Mr. Copeland said he denied doing anything out on the streets. He said that people were always throwing his name into
Objection,
things
Your
that
Honor.
other people did, correct?
relevance and the best evidence was what they've already seen.
Can't update this banner fast enough.
Let me ask you this. You, as an investigator, wanted to talk to Mr. Zachary when you had him in the interrogation room about things he was accused of first. That was your first line of questioning, correct?
The case that I had for him, yes.
Right, the shooting up the houses from April 28th.
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, permission to publish DS41A,
Yeah, those are all part of the. yeah.
right, and it's 21851 to 22201.
Your Honor, with respect to,
01, yes, sir.
Your Honor,
Yes.
okay, so I would object under 403, since the jury just heard this entire interview, and ask that if there's a question, that the question be posed. But this portion of the entire interview has been played for the jury.
That's true. It was very recently played. Why don't you ask questions, and then if she needs her recollection refreshed about anything, you can do that.
Okay. You focused Quindarius Zachary on the April 28, 2015 incident, right?
In the beginning of the interview, yes.
Okay. And his first thing he said to you was, I wasn't there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he claimed to have information about the shooting, though, correct?
Your Honor, this has been asked, answered, and shown.
Jane,
Your Honor, I have not asked this
it
witness
doesn't matter whether you particularly have asked. It's already been asked.
by the state. I'm not trying to argue with the court, but I mean, I've been up here
If
for
we
5
already
minutes.
have the answer, just move on to something that we don't have the answer to yet.
Okay. Mr. Zachary told you that Demekion told him all about what happened, correct? Demekion Garlington.
About what, sir? Which
The April
portion?
28, 2015 shooting, Sergeant Gaither.
I don't believe that was exactly what he said.
Your Honor, may I play the video?
You may.
Thank you. Can we publish 41A, Mr. Kokomo? And that is 21851 to 22201.
The glitchy video.
Talk about this is what you've been charged with. What do you have to say about the case? That night. You wasn't worried. What did you hear about it? Well, something had out with milk to my DJ had jumped. Like so. And then, you was at the house complete? Yeah. Apartment, after you said 4 or 5 people. And then, that was she told me, that she had got shot at too. That same night? Yeah, she said that they had gotten a whole bunch of shooting. And then, like, Ilgang had, pulled up at my cousin's house. My cousin go with this boy named Tate. Y'all know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Javon said, yeah, I don't know his name, but she was going in the house. And she said, y'all started shooting at the house, like they were shooting from the apartment. She said, where is this house located at? What are you talking about? Landrum apartment. Landrum and Dunford? On campus. No campus. Yeah. So who stayed over there again? My cousin Liz, right? And Tate. That's what Javon said? Yeah. She your blood cousin? Yeah. I mean, how people say? No, I'm my real cousin. So this gang got to shoot at them at Landrum? Yeah. Is this before or after D got shot at? I mean, got jumped on? She said it happened later. It's after all the shooting. So first D get jumped on, then the shootings happened. Y'all tell me like from how I heard, like what I heard first. Okay. I'm like, I like shoot. Most of them call or something in the morning, know that. Mm-hmm. But she like, most of them cussing D out because D telling them they be shooting, they had shooting in the face. So most of them told D they had to find around home. And then she like, then D told, I would sleep. D told them more like they had shot up the house. D told you that, say that you kind of skimmed over that part. When you say D, you talking about Demekion, right? That your real name? You talking about Lil D from 30D, like Mechanicsville? Demekion. Demekion told me that they had shot at the houses. That who had shot at the houses? Him, Tay, and who it was? Shannon. He just told me nothing. He said him, Tay, Shannon, and some other boy named Trey Dunn, beat Tay. Named Trey Dunn? Yeah. He told you personally? Yeah. How did he tell you over the phone? In your face? Yeah, he go my house. I was sitting there and he told me that they had shot the house, he said, and then what's called that they shot up Larry with Tay State. So if gang came back, shot up Tay house? Yeah, something right there. That's good. Like, I guess. So after seeing that video, you would agree that Mr. Zachary first said he wasn't there.
Yes.
But he said he had information about what happened, right?
Yes.
And he said he got that information because Demekion came over his house and confessed it all the next day.
Your Honor,
He didn't use the
I
word
object
confess.
to the best evidence, and so
Okay, overruled.
Yeah, that's not his
What's,
fault.
did you finish your
That
question?
his source, he claimed his source of information was not from being there, but from Demekion telling him the next day.
Correct. And also that portion, that first story that he just told about Demekion telling him and all of this was a lie, that he was actually there.
Well, I understand that, but that's what he told you. I'm not asking if it's true. That's what he told you.
Yes, that's what he told me.
Okay. And you had records, phone records. So I'm not asking you to comment on anyone's veracity, but you weren't believing what he was saying. He wasn't fooling you when he told you that.
Your Honor, this is asked and answered, so objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Later on, you called him out. When I say later on, I'm talking about just after that clip. You called him out on what he was saying, correct? You
Your Honor,
challenged him.
objection under 403, they've just heard, and she's been asked.
Okay. He's trying to do his examination, so I'm going to overrule that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You challenged him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he pled with you. He said, I'm being honest.
Is that a question?
Let's hear it.
Well, that wasn't on that clip. That wasn't on that clip. He told you in the interview room he was being honest, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. They saw it on the other clip. So best evidence.
You just said he could ask
Sustained.
about it.
Okay. He promised you he wasn't there, correct?
Your Honor. I object. Best evidence. The jury has seen it.
They keep,
Asked and answered.
if it's best evidence, I will gladly play the clip. Is that?
Your Honor, they've already seen it. This has been asked and answered.
The judge just said earlier, and this is Whitaker that's pissing me off, not Love. Love always pisses me off. But Whitaker told Shart like 5 minutes ago at this point, oh, well, instead of playing the tape, just ask the question so we don't have to play the tape again. Well, so now Shart's trying to ask the question of stuff that he's not replaying it in front of the witness, in front of the jury. And Love is like, we've already talked about that. And then Shart wants to just play the tape. Oh, we already played the tape. Well, how can he do anything to move forward? This is a Whitaker problem. Whitaker should not be constraining the defense in this way.
Sustained.
All right. Okay. Still talking about April 28th.
Okay.
April 28th, through your investigation, you came to realize that there was a shooting at Landrum, correct?
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I would object, asked, answered, and best evidence.
Overruled.
You're the lead investigator in the case. There was a shooting at Landrum, correct?
That's what Mr. Zachary stated. I don't believe I was able to find any evidence that occurred.
Okay.
Just best of my recollection, I don't believe I.
That's fair. Mr. Zachary claimed that his cousin Alexis Bryant and his girlfriend Summer Good were in that residence at Landrum when that shooting occurred. What he was claiming was a shooting occurred, correct?
Okay. Yes.
All right. And the story was that Summer Good, his girlfriend, called him for help. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And as lead investigator on this case, you're aware that at Adele and Drew Drive, the subsequent shootings for which Mr. Zachary was charged, there were shell casings found on those scenes, correct?
Okay.
Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Zachary, you're aware that he was arrested with a certain gun on May 7, 2015?
A certain gun?
Yes.
Yes, he was arrested with a firearm.
Okay. And that was 9 days after the April 28th shooting, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the ballistics from the shell casings at the scenes that you were investigating matched the
Your
ballistics
Honor,
of the
I'm
gun
going to
that
object
Mr.
based on hearsay unless there's a stipulation. So I'm going to
Sustained.
Okay.
That one was actually pretty sharp of Love, I think. If she's making a reference to something that, maybe another defense attorney objected to previously. I don't know the specifics, but I think Love was actually sharp for that one.
I will move on. Mr. Zachary, in his statements to you, stated that he didn't shoot, right? Once he admitted he was there, he claimed he didn't shoot at anyone or any houses.
Correct.
He stated that Mr. Sledge never shot.
That's what he stated, yes.
Okay. And he named 3 shooters as my client, Shannon Stillwell, Shannon Jackson, Trevante Turner, and Ali Lee Caldwell, or he said Lee.
Correct.
Okay. And you have said in court that you looked at some social media post with Trevante and Lee in it, correct?
And trade on,
And
yes.
trade on. Okay. Shannon was not in this social media post.
No.
Okay. When did you look at this social media post?
The exact date, I'm unsure of, but it was during the early portion of this Operation Planners, Donovan Thomas murder investigation with the retaliatory shootings.
So that would have been in 2015 you looked at this social
It was,
media post?
yes, the early part of 2015.
Okay. Did you print out that social media post?
Printed? No.
Do you have that social media post?
I did. It was on a terabyte jump drive that I had that was damaged when the city of Atlanta had some type of cyber attack. But I did have the actual.
What? Oh my God, tech people in the chat. Is this a like solid state drive or an external thumb drive that she's talking about? And she's saying she lost what was on that device because of the hack, the cyber hack?
Photograph of it.
So we don't have that social media post in court here today.
I don't know if Ms. Love them have it. I don't have it.
Okay. Regardless of this post that you found involving what that had Trevante Turner and Ali Lee Caldwell in it, you never charged Trevante Turner or Ali Caldwell with anything regarding April 28, 2015, correct?
Your Honor, I object based on asked and answered and 403, asked and answered in depth.
Overruled.
No, there was no corroborating evidence to say that they were involved
Okay.
outside of what Mr. Zachary stated.
And in the 9.5 years that have passed since April 28, 2015, you never charged Shannon Stillwell with any of these incidents from April 28, 2015, did you?
I've been retired since 2020.
Okay, so from April 28, 2015 to your retirement date in 2020, you never charged Shannon Stillwell with any of the events from April 28, 2015?
I have not.
Okay. You talked to Mr. Zachary about the Lil Wayne bus shooting from 2015, correct?
Briefly.
Okay, briefly. Did Quindarius Zachary ever claim to be on 285 or the highway when any buses were shot at or shot?
I don't believe so.
Okay, did he ever claim to be a witness to the actual shooting?
No.
Okay. He did tell you that someone was in a Camaro with Jimmy Winfrey, but he could not identify that person, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, best evidence.
I mean, they can't have it both ways, Judge. They can't stop me from playing the video and then complain when I don't play the video.
Your Honor, they just saw the video, so objection is to a waste if we want to continue and expedite.
See if she can answer the question.
What's the question again? I'm sorry.
He claimed that someone was in the Camaro, the white Camaro with Jimmy Winfrey, correct?
Okay, yes.
But he couldn't identify that person.
I don't believe he stated a name.
Okay. And he claimed that at Club Compound, he saw Shannon getting into Dolly is Jeffrey's sister, correct?
Okay, yes.
Dolly's Ford Explorer.
Yeah, I don't recall.
You know Dolly's Ford Explorer to be bluish green, correct?
I'm aware of the interview, but I don't recall off the top of my head what vehicle he stated he got into.
Okay.
It wasn't the vehicle with him, with Mr. Zachary.
You know Dolly's Ford Explorer to be bluish green, correct?
Correct, so I've heard.
Okay. Have you spoken to the bus driver who was out there that night on 285 driving Lil Wayne?
I have no reason to speak to the bus driver.
Are you aware?
Your Honor, I'm going to object if Mr. Shart is going to ask about another witness's testimony or anything like that.
I don't know what he's going to ask about.
Are you aware that the descriptions for the cars,
Objection, Your Honor. That would call for speculation. She said she was not out there. And hearsay.
Overruled.
are you aware that the descriptions of the cars involved given by the bus driver were a white Corvette?
Hang on, sustained with regard to hearsay at that point, yes.
Do you have any idea what the descriptions given by the bus driver were?
Objection, Your Honor. That's for the same reason, and it's irrelevant whether she knows what a description was. And Mr. Shart has no good faith basis for asking. She has testified that that was not her primary investigation. She didn't speak with them.
Sustained.
I think, I didn't hear it, but Steele was probably commentary objection.
Did Quindarius Zachary ever put Shannon in a white truck the night of the Lil Wayne shooting?
When I interviewed him, no.
No? Okay. Do you know of Shannon Stillwell ever being charged with the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Objection, relevance and hearsay and relevance.
Sustained as to relevance.
Okay. Going to move to the discussion you had with Mr. Zachary about confessions allegedly given to him on the night of January 10, 2015, okay?
Okay.
All right. When you're investigating a crime or talking to a witness, you would agree that it's important to nail down details, correct?
Okay.
I mean, you can feel free to disagree. It's either yes or no. I don't know what okay means.
Do I feel as though it's important to nail down
Details.
details? Yes.
Thank you. And at the time of this interview with with Quindarius Zachary, I know you weren't the lead investigator of the Donovan Thomas case, correct?
Correct.
That was Detective Thorpe, but you had a working knowledge of that case.
Objection, vague as to working knowledge.
Overruled.
Some parts of the investigation, yes.
You had sat down with Kenneth Copeland multiple times, right?
Correct.
And all that was prior to your meeting with Mr. Zachary, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And regarding these alleged confessions, you would certainly want to obtain the contextual details surrounding the confessions, correct?
Objection, vague.
Overruled.
The confession as far as Mr. Thomas's death?
Yes.
And
You'd want to know the contextual details
objection,
surrounding the
Your Honor,
confession.
regarding alleged confession. It mischaracterizes what
Sustained.
As an investigator, you would want to nail down the contextual details.
Objection, contextual details as to what? Vague.
Overruled. If she doesn't understand, she can express that.
I don't understand.
You would want to know who supposedly confessed.
Objection, Your Honor. There's, again, the court sustained the objection as to alleged confessions. So continuing on that.
Sustained.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
my client's presumed innocent,
Understood.
And Your Honor,
and I'm not accepting that there was any confession. So I'm going to say presumed.
Yeah.
I'm going to say
All
alleged
right,
confession.
stop. I'm going to excuse y'all.
This has me feeling kind of bad for Shart. Like, after all of this, a lot of arguing, we have the right to present our case and go on and on and on. He's not able to defend his client. And the best records thing is pissing me off because it's like, you want to rely on the video but don't want him to play the video because it's cumulative. But then because he's asking the question instead of playing the video, you're objecting because it's not the best record of the evidence. Just ask.
We'll excuse you.
Oh, and they're finally telling Gaither to get out instead of letting her sit there. And Drea had pointed out she used some of the same verbiage earlier. I'm mad.
Yeah.
I don't think the problem is with the word alleged. I think it's with confession.
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know what else to call what we're, I'm willing to call it whatever, except I'm not going, with all due respect, Your Honor, I'm going to not run afoul of the court, but I'm not going to call it a confession.
Yeah, I think she agrees to that. I
Okay,
think
then
that's what her objection is.
Well, Mr. Zachary is saying that my client, Mr. Zachary said, he's not saying it now, said that my client came up to him and said he just killed someone. I don't know what other term that Ms. Love would prefer me use. I'm willing to use another term, but I don't know what
You
else.
have another term, Ms. Love, that would,
Statement, co-conspirator hearsay, Your Honor, a confession is something
we're not
made
going to
to.
use that.
He's not alleging to have said anything, to law enforcement.
I've sustained as to the word confession. Can you use the word statement?
I'm willing to do whatever Your Honor asked me to do, as long as I can say alleged.
Well, sure, you can say that too. Okay. Let's everybody take a break. And let's hope that at some point this afternoon we get through this examination.
So they're actually taking a recess, and Love didn't argue on and on there for the next 30 minutes. She actually just let it go. Guys, I can barely keep up with this objection counter in the banner. Like, this is rapid fire. Somebody said it. Somebody called it out. It was Zion, I think. Yeah. Zion said, I also cheated on you for a bit. I was wondering the whole time how many objections there had been and how you would be able to handle the rapid fire and never ending objection ruins. It's just like, and they're cyclical. And Ike points out, and it's true, Love will do the relevance and foundation ping pong objections, right? If you object to something not having foundation, that means foundation hasn't been laid. So you need to ask some questions to get that foundation laid. And sometimes the questions might not really, you might not really see why it's relevant or where you're going until the foundation actually gets there. And Love always gets this grace when she's wibble-wobbling up to the point she's trying to make to lay foundation. She gets so many assists to get foundation laid. But she lodges these objections to, really, Shark gets it the worst. Oh, well, what's the relevance? I object. And it's sustained. And then Shark's really trying to lay foundation. So he can't lay foundation because he can't ask the lead-up questions to it. And then when he tries to just get to the point, which is relevant, then she objects with a foundation objection because foundation hasn't been laid because he's been deprived of the chance to ask the questions. And then at the beginning, I don't really think it was his fault, but then he gets flustered and you can see him kind of not knowing how to adjust or recover because now he's completely thrown off. So I'm not going to deny that he's off his feet a little bit, like towards the end of what we're watching right here. But, and it comes down to this, Zion, it's just been rapid fire objections. And Love would cry. Love would raise a fit if this was happening to her. And honestly, I hope the next time on like redirect, well, right, we get to redirect today, I'm assuming, if we have the next witness up. I hope they do it back. I just hope they do it back. Like, it's just crazy. No, so, and thank you. So, AL here had changed the picture to the dog. So everyone look at AL's dog. Is cross the time for defense to put on their case? Well, so, but you have the right to confront these witnesses, right? So there's going to be a case in chief and a case in chief. And there might be some witnesses that have been called that the defense, they're still subject to recall and the defense has the right to recall them. But that's not everybody across the board. And for good trial practice, court management, especially with a judge who seems to care about the calendar, if the state is trying to call the witness first, oftentimes you don't want to just call the witness again later. So you kind of have to deal with it. So cross-examination becomes your opportunity with certain witnesses to really address that witness. You might not get to call them back. And this is critical in this case because the way Whitaker seems to run things, she has like a fuse that burns forever for the state. And then when it's finally the defense's turn to do something, all of the constraints she should have put on the state suddenly become relevant to her, and she wants to place them on the defense while they're doing their thing. So can you imagine if Shart doesn't take this opportunity to cross-examine Gaither on these subjects? And really, he needs to do it right when it's fresh in the jury's mind, these specific incidents that Gaither just got directed on. But if he doesn't do that, and later down the line, Whitaker's like, why do you want to call Gaither again? No, I'm not going to let you do that. So they've really got to do it here. But yeah, and then that's why you can't just sit there and deprive defense attorneys the opportunity to cross-examine a witness like this. They have the right to confront. And again, I do wish Shart would push back and say, you know, I don't really think it was asked or answered that way. Or rephrase. I think some of these asked and answered, if he rephrased the question and said, on direct, did you testify that such and such? So he's asking the root of that question, and it's getting objected to as asked and answered. But if he rephrased it as, were you asked on direct? Now that's a different question. And he should be able to overcome an asked and answered objection. It's meant that I think if he wasn't so flustered. There we go. Got scared there. I got scared there. I don't know what that was. I'll die if Spectrum goes out on me again. Oh, man. And again, thank you guys for wishing Chris Westis a happy birthday in the chat. Always love when you guys spread the cheer through the chat. Sean Street had said, Kat, your feed was slipping. I had to slide to 101.9 Slime. Is that really a real station? Oh boy. Shout out to 101.9 Slime. And don't apologize, that's totally cool. That ill kid Jay's here, contributing to the Starlink fund. Love it. I actually had that go through my mind when my internet conked out. I should probably get some Starlink, a backup. Thank you so much. Good to see you, that ill kid Jay, and hope to see you at Blub Blassie later tonight. Dale Johnson says, business continuity is a basic governmental duty. And something that they often seem to be not so great at. Thank you so much, Daryl. Daryl, yep, no inventory list of what is transferred. Just a little bit of a mess. No line items, no details, no specifications, no responsive documents. There's a big lack of continuity in Fulton County. Thank you, Daryl. And then Alva here says, thank God you're back. Love from Norway. Shout out to our friends in Norway. FFS said, Kat, missed you, glad you're back. I told DA Love to stop, thank you. It seems like they just tried to mess with me right then and there a few seconds ago. And Zion, okay, so this is oh yeah, never-ending objections, Apple hates you. Injection instead of objections. I think I read it as objections when I was reading the chat out loud. I think I caught the typo and corrected it. I try to do that. I try to be good with that, because thank you for the super chats, but I don't want to make you send more just to correct something. I try to decipher it. And then we put this on the screen. SteffJK had said, happy mod day. Shout out to the mods. Love you guys. The best on YouTube. Love you guys in the chat. Love the mods. And I just added Drea. Drea sent over her PayPal, so that's now in the description as well. AI Design said, I think this is hi Kat, the mods. You're amazing. We love you. Shout out to AI Designs. FFS says, did she just try to object? Try to say it's a waste of time? Yeah, she did the 403. Which, I mean, if Love had a jersey, the number would somehow be 403. Kevin Kirksey said, heavy breathing cat meme with Gaither. Oh my god, let me make a sticker. I'll make a sticker. I'll do it. That's a good one, Kevin. Ike says, Love's performative, disinterested. Look at me multitasking. Yes, did you guys notice that? When she starts going. When questions are getting spicy. Love's performative, disinterested, look at me multitasking. Despite years' evidence to the contrary, sent me to the garage. Now my dog is angry because I am. Oh. Oh, shout out to Ike. Love this characterization here. The whole sentence. Ian became green. Thank you so much, Ian, for becoming a member. And then, holy moly, Amy E. Oh no,
Hey,
it's
everybody.
Jesse. All right, we're going to skip Jesse. Shout out to Jesse, but we're really more interested in Amy E right now. Amy E, thank you for gifting 20. That's incredible. Let me update this banner. We're going to put Amy E in the banner. And if someone, I'm sure Steph is already on it if I toggle back over to the chat, but if somebody could drop the link to tonight's Classy Beach stream for Club Classy, Blood Blassie. We have a VIP booth as always. Come hang out. Amy, this is so generous, and thank you so much. I tried to get on when my internet crashed. I saw you guys gave a warm welcome to everybody that was like made homeless from this stream disconnecting earlier. And you guys with open arms are so sweet and so welcoming to everybody. So, Amy, I consider you like one of my new YouTube friends. So much love and appreciation for you. If you guys could put a blue heart in the chat, that would be amazing. We're going to add Amy to the banner. And we are going to update this total slime counter. Because guess what? If we put it together here, we are at, what's my math? I think we were at 93. I had 93 from the old stream from this morning. We are at 114 if we combine that. So we broke 100 new members. Look at Amy getting us there. So updated banner. It was nice to update that in peace without all these objections. Super, super nice, Amy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gap Girl says, Kat does this with so much knowledge. I try to learn, and it's hilarious because I was like, we don't really hear best evidence objections that often. And then we get to Cross, and Love is so eager to throw the same objection she got right back at the defense that every 2 seconds now we're hearing best evidence. So, you know, I had to learn, I don't even remember what trial, why I looked up best evidence. But at one point I was like, that doesn't make sense. Why are you objecting to the best evidence? It doesn't make sense. So I had to Google it, had to learn. I love sharing what I learned with anybody and love learning from anybody too. So thank you so much, Gap Girl. Zion42 says, it was my OCDC that demanded I fix it, LOL. I feel that. I understand. And then Terry says, I missed you all earlier. Kat, don't leave me again. Guys, I'm telling you, the weather's beautiful. Spectrum, I swear a tree tried to fall yesterday and must not have all the way fallen, and it decided to take a internet line out today. So that was totally unplanned, and it was a little frazzling. Glad to see you here, Terry. Glad to see you. And we are here. We are here. Touche says, in the bushes all day, but this cross is infuriating me on Shard's behalf. Yes. Like, I can feel it. I'm with you, Touche. And if you're working, hope you're having a good day at work. Let's see. We just left off with Jesse Weber. Maybe it's Weber. Getting everybody back in the courtroom for some more short and hopefully not as many rapid fire objections. It looked like I got right to the end there. Okay, we're here. We're here.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Welcome back, Investigator Gaither. So we were talking about an investigator when someone you're interviewing is saying someone else made a statement to them or an alleged statement to them, okay?
Okay.
I'm asking, as an investigator, you would want to obtain from the person you're interviewing contextual details about this statement that was supposedly given to them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those contextual details would include, obviously, who said it, right?
Generally, yes.
Okay. It would include when it was said, correct?
If you're just generalizing something, yes, or if you're speaking about a specific
as an investigator, someone is saying, Johnny told me this, and it's about what you're investigating, you would want to know when Johnny supposedly said this to the witness, right?
Correct, but every investigation is different. So if you're speaking about context, context is not always the same in every case because every case is different.
Okay, we're going to get into specifics in a minute.
Okay.
You would want to know if anyone else was present for this statement to know if there's any other witnesses to the statement, correct?
Generally speaking, I can't just answer that and put all of that in one box, Mr. Shard.
Well, what-
If you speak, I'm still answering.
Okay.
I can't just put all of that in one box when you just say all investigations. All investigations and all confessions or interviews are not the same.
As an investigator, when would you not want to know who else heard a statement?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Well, I was just told
Harassing.
harass.
Overruled.
As an investigator, when would you not want those details? Explain to me a situation where you wouldn't want those details.
There's not a situation that I would not want those details, but if we're speaking about something in context, a specific incident, all investigations are not the same. Yes, to generalize who, what, when, where, how, that's essentially what you want to obtain, but sometimes that's not always known by the person that's giving the information.
Okay, but you would want to know it.
That's what I just stated generally, sir.
Okay. And you'd also want to know exactly what was said, as close as possible, the wording of what was said, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. So let's talk about what Quindarius Zachary said other people said to him during that interview on August 5th, 2015. Okay? Quindarius Zachary claimed that Nard, Demise McMullen, confessed to him during that interview, didn't he?
Your
I
Honor,
don't,
Yes.
with respect to the confession part,
Oh, okay.
Can you rephrase?
Yes. Quindarius Zachary, in that interview in August 2015, claimed that Demise McMullen, also known as Nard, made statements to him about the Donovan Thomas murder. Correct?
yes.
Okay. But at other parts of the interview, and I'm specifically referring to 254:33 to 254:49, he told you Nard didn't tell me nothing. Isn't that correct?
Is that within the context of the murder?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
He also told you during the interview that he did not hear Nard say anything about it. Speaking of the Donovan Thomas shooting. Isn't that correct?
That's what he stated in the video.
Okay, so in the same interview, Quindarius Zachary told you that Nard confessed, or, well, I'm going to use his words, confessed at Thug's house. And he also told you in that same interview, Nard didn't say anything about it, and he did not hear Nard say anything about it. Isn't that correct?
That's what the video states, sir.
Okay. Quindarius
Not a good
Zachary
look
said
to the
something
jury.
did happen, then said it didn't happen in the same interview. You said that Quindarius Zachary was pretty consistent. That's what you said on direct.
Is that a question, or are you just stating it?
That's a question.
Okay.
On direct, you said that Quindarius Zachary was pretty consistent.
Yes.
Okay? Quindarius Zachary claiming Demise McMullen said something to him, and then later on in the interview saying Demise McMullen did not say anything to him. Do you find that to be pretty consistent?
In the majority of Mr. Zachary's interview, he was consistent with the statements that he made.
That was good enough? From your point of view? To be pretty
objection
consistent?
vague.
Sustained.
Okay. Let's talk about what Mr. Zachary claimed, the statement Mr. Zachary claimed that Mr. Kendrick gave to him. You actually asked him at 2:53:26 in the interview, you asked him for contextual details. You said exactly what did Mr. Kendrick say, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked him that because you wanted to determine the exact words, correct?
Yes.
You also wanted to ask him where this was said, when it was said, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you asked Quindarius Zachary those questions about what he was claiming Mr. Kendrick said, he never answered, did he?
I'm not certain.
Okay. let's talk about what Quindarius Zachary claimed my client, Mr. Stillwell, said. In this interview, you saw contextual details regarding what Mr. Stillwell supposedly said to Mr. Zachary, correct?
Whatever you feel is contextual details.
Okay, well, I want to be on the same page as you. You asked
Okay.
him where and when it occurred, correct?
Yes.
All right, and he told you at 2:51:15 in the interview that he, Mr. Zachary, and Moontoon, Mr. Sledge, had just pulled up to Thug's house, Thug's condo, correct?
Yes.
And that Shannon was planning on going to see some girls and then asked for a firearm, correct?
Yes.
And he told you at that point, before Mr. Stillwell went to see these girls, right when Mr. Zachary showed up, that's when he told Mr. Zachary.
Objection compound.
Sustained.
Okay. Mr. Zachary told you it was at this time that Mr. Stillwell supposedly stated that he caught Nut down bad.
No, I don't believe that was in that moment.
Okay, Your Honor, may I play DS41D?
You may.
And that's 251:15 to 251:45.
Did I miss any objections? I was uploading the new sticker to the channel emojis.
Yep.
Where were you guys when Shannon was telling you this, and what day was it? Same day or day after?
Same night. Shannon, I was walking through. I was just walking in. Moontoon had just pulled up at Thug's house. And Shannon finna go to her house. And all the bullets were going out the gun. Like, he like, nigga got no gun. They see Moontoon gun.
Right.
Moontoon had no handgun. They see Moontoon gun and go to the store. Moontoon say, wait, I ain't got no bullet. And that was Shannon. Me and Shannon started talking.
Okay. After viewing that video, would you agree that Mr. Zachary's story to you was that, and Mr. Zachary also told you that he showed up at the condo around 9 p.m., correct?
Which part do you want me to answer first?
9 p.m.
Who's yelling?
Is that what he said?
I don't recall him saying 9 p.m.
Okay. In that video, Mr. Zachary is telling you, after you saw contextual details, that Shannon made these statements to him when he and Moontoon pulled up to Jeffrey's condo.
And I believe in the rest of that. In context, he stated that they didn't want to say anything in front of Moontoon because Moontoon talked too much.
Okay.
So I don't believe it was in this moment when they saw your client walking in that he told him in front of Moontoon.
Well, so what's your understanding? When do you believe it occurred?
I believe he further states that he didn't tell him right in that moment that he said it in front of Moontoon.
Well, I mean, you'd want the details, so if that's not when it occurred, I'm asking you, when did this alleged statement from Mr. Stillwell occur? If not then?
You probably should have asked Mr. Quindarius that while he was on the stand.
Okay, I did.
Okay.
Wow.
Are you aware, you would agree that Mr. Zachary is talking about a time before Mr. Stillwell goes to see girls that night?
Yes, when they saw him walking out of the condo is what he was talking about here.
Are you aware that that story changed in 2017?
Your Honor, I object to assuming facts not in evidence until
Sustained.
Kind of in
We have
evidence
played
from
that clip,
Zachary.
and that's in evidence
Yeah.
with Mr. Zachary. We played a clip from 2017.
2017?
Yes.
Undo that one, Lou.
Overruled.
There you go.
Are you
Thank
aware that his story about when it occurred changed when he spoke to law enforcement and district attorneys in 2017?
I was not in the gang unit in 2017. I was not in the gang unit in 2017.
Let's talk about what Quindarius Zachary claimed Mr. Stillwell said. In the 2015 interview with you, you would agree that he said Shannon told him caught Nut down bad.
They
Correct.
caught Nut down bad, yes.
Okay. And he also, Mr. Zachary also claimed that Mr. Stillwell gave him details about what had occurred, told him what happened. Told him who was in the car, for instance.
Yes.
Okay, and told him about going to meet Bushi and riding around in the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2017,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. If the witness has said she wasn't there in 2017, there's no good faith basis to ask if she knows anything about it. She said she never saw the video. So I'd object to lack of foundation. No good faith basis.
Sustained.
Are these changing stories pretty consistent?
Your Honor, objection.
Sustained.
Now, you were asked if, on direct, if you made any promises to Mr. Zachary. Remember that? Promises about bond or promises about a lenient sentence.
And I'm sorry, I'm pausing, but do you understand why Love is so good? Like, I don't want to say so good, but why Love is prepared to make these objections? This was her strategy of bringing the witnesses up in this order. It's the state's case in chief. She's calling the witnesses in their order. Cross should be limited to the scope of direct. And if we don't ask about certain things with certain witnesses, we can't ask when the previous witness is on the stand. You play this footage with the next witness, and now you can't compare the 2015 stuff that Gaither was present for to the 2017 stuff that Gaither wasn't present for. So there really wasn't a true opportunity to point out the contradiction in how people pursued the investigation of this case and ignored the inconsistencies while they were pursuing the investigation. Love has strategically laid out an order of the way she's calling the witnesses and what evidence she's bringing in with what witness to carve that opportunity out.
I believe so.
Okay, and you said that you don't have the authority to guarantee someone a lower sentence, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't have the authority as a police officer, I'm not saying you personally, but as a police officer, you don't have the authority to guarantee someone bond, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't do that. You didn't make any guarantees, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Zachary when he came to talk to you? Well, let me ask you this. In the calls, did you have any calls with Mr. Zachary before August 5th, 2015?
Before?
Yes. Like you
No.
said his family was calling. Did Mr. Zachary ever call you?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. You say you don't believe so.
No.
Okay. These family members certainly expressed to you a desire for Mr. Zachary to be released, correct?
To be released or for me to come talk to him, pick him up to talk to him?
Both.
I don't recall about a release. His family was calling, asking could I go pick him up because he wanted to speak to me.
Okay. When you got into the interview room with him, he repeatedly stated that his desire was to be released on bond, correct?
Correct.
He stated that he'd wear an ankle monitor, but he just needed to get out of jail.
Your Honor,
Correct?
I object, they've heard the interview.
I'm
And so
sorry, you what?
I object, best evidence. There, Mr. Shard is asking what he repeatedly stated, so they've heard the interview.
Sure, I understand
Best
that objection.
evidence.
Can you repeat your question?
Mr. Zachary, during the interview, repeatedly stated his desire to be released on bond.
And your objection is best evidence?
Yes.
Sustained.
She was, oh my God. This is Whitaker's fault.
Your Honor,
Yes.
as an advocate, I'd like to be able to ask questions about the video that was just played. I think we're to highlight certain aspects.
So I've sustained the objection. You may ask a different question.
Okay. Mr. Zachary indicated to you that Summer, his girlfriend, had told him it would be in his best interest to come talk to you, correct?
Yes.
And you agreed with him. You said absolutely. Correct? Okay. Now, when we talk about corroboration, that's something that you would do after the interview, correct? Check behind details or facts or claims, correct?
Are we talking about if someone told me something?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
I would
that-
try to attempt to.
Right, but that would be something done after the interview, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you weren't corroborating things in real time with Mr. Zachary, were you? In the interview room?
Well, if that was a piece of evidence that I had in hand, like Investigator Dennis had a video or I had phone records, I was able to corroborate in that moment. But if you're just talking about based upon just something he said that happened, no, I was sitting in the interview room with him.
Right. So you certainly weren't corroborating, I understand you had the phone record for April 28th incident, but you had those on hand during the interview, correct? the April 28th incident phone records?
Yes,
Okay. But regarding the Donovan Thomas case where you weren't the lead investigator, you didn't have materials to corroborate in real time his claims about that, did you?
I'm trying to remember, there were some persons that we had cell phone records of that we knew were involved in retaliatory shootings. So if we would, again, obtain probable cause or a search warrant for the cell phone records, some of the persons involved, we would go back to January to see if, they were involved in any other incidents that we could corroborate.
So that involved,
If it-
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So again, if it was a person that we had, some of those persons, we would go back to January to try to get some corroborating evidence.
But those materials were in relation to retaliatory shootings, as you're deeming them retaliatory shootings, not the January 10th, 2015 incident.
January 15th?
No, you had materials, you're talking about materials you had regarding, and these are your words, retaliatory shootings. Though you didn't have documents, or what you're talking about did not involve the actual January 10th, 2015 incident, it involved things that happened afterwards, correct?
I cannot say for certain that the three persons, I can't say yes or no, out of the persons that we had, that we didn't go back to January the 10th of the Donovan Thomas murder. You say retaliatory shootings, which were in effect because of the murder. So of course we would go to January the 10th and not just the first date that we've known about the shooting, the retaliatory shootings.
Let me ask you this when we're talking about corroboration.
Yes, sir.
During that interview at 3:36:10, investigator Dennis tells Quindarius Zachary, "You're doing great. You're doing a great job. I can't express to you the magnitude of what you're saying," correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at 3:36:57, during that interview, investigator Dennis says, "These next couple of hours will determine the rest of your life," correct?
Yes.
And then, of course, Mr. Zachary asks, "Can you release me on house arrest?" Right?
Okay, yes.
And during that interview on August 5th, 2015, you told Mr. Zachary, "I'm going to get on the phone with the DA ASAP. You have my word," correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay. Are there other defense attorneys who have questions for this witness? All right.
Horrible.
Can you give us just a second?
H for horrible. Hot mic, horrible. That was Gaither that said horrible. Oh, the hard one? I think it was horrible.
May I? No, thank you, Ms. Winfrey. I'd like to ask you your background, and if I'm getting too far afield, just say it's beyond your knowledge, okay? When you were doing policing and you'd obtain surveillance video images from, let's say, a business or a house, okay? I want you to focus on that. I heard you say today that you did that for the vault, the studio vault, when you watched the 10 cars go. You know what I'm talking about?
I didn't say I did it. I said investigator Dennis did.
Okay, you didn't see you didn't view the...
I viewed it, yes.
Okay. Now, in 2015, that's the date I'm focused on, were there different types of memorializing or capturing of the images whereby some business can hold the data or the images for 30 days, some would hold them for a year, some 15 days? Would it just depend on the particular product that they used?
I'm not aware of any, I don't have any technological background or things to obtain video to know how long a particular system holds information.
Okay, how about this? From your experience, though, could you get a video, let's say, that you were investigating something that happened a month ago? Would you go to the scene where there may be a video camera and see whether it holds 30 days or more? Have you been able to capture that type of distance, that type of time?
I've investigated cases where sometimes it holds it for 30 days, sometimes 3 days, sometimes a year. It's all dependent on that particular system or if we're talking about a specific investigation.
And when the system, we're talking about hold the images, at some point, because of storage, and if you don't know, just say I don't know, the storage, sometimes some images fall off. It's too old to keep on the storage. Is that your experience?
I'm not an expert in technological video expert extraction, so I can't answer that.
Let's not talk, just from your experience, is there a date where it just can't hold? The people tell you, well, you find out it's too old, the data won't hold. That's what I'm asking you.
Objection, foundation.
I'm asking her experiences.
Overruled.
If you ask me if video has been overwritten, is that what,
Sure.
basically what you asked me? Yes,
so.
I've heard of that, yes.
I think so. Okay. Have you ever dealt with a system that after, let's say, I'm using an example, 2 weeks, all the data is overwritten?
Objection, vague and relevance as to a system.
Overruled.
When you mean dealt with the system, what do you mean?
When you're investigating, or your own system, but have experienced that all the data is gone, 2 weeks from that day, it's all gone and it just starts brand new? Or is it more of a rolling system?
I'm not sure what you asked me.
Let me ask a better way. I'm just using dates, okay? January 1, 2015, I'll use 15. There's a business, McDonald's.
Okay.
You hold the image, I'm making all this up, hold the image for 2 weeks, January 14th, 2015, okay?
Okay.
Have you ever had experience where on the midnight going into January 15th, 2015, everything for the last 2 weeks, in my example, from January 1st forward to January 14th at 11:59 is wiped out and we start anew? Or is it that certain parts of the system that keep rolling over? It just makes room and you keep adding the days, if you know.
I've been told on occasions, a system like I just stated, if it's longer than their saving period or cloud period, it'll overwrite itself. It won't save it. I've been told that, if that's what if I'm answering your questions.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right. Let's go back to the surveillance I just asked you about McDonald's. You and Detective Dennis interview Kenneth Copeland, and I'm just focused on the last time, or one of the last times, June 10th, 2015. Okay?
Okay.
I know Detective Thorpe is there, and ATF agents, but from that interview, you and Detective Dennis go down to McDonald's to inquire about their surveillance. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you got the number and the name of the person who, and you gave it to Detective Thorpe, the homicide detective on this case, to follow up.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever told by Detective Thorpe that he had already gone to the McDonald's on or about the 11th or 12th of January 2015 to look at that video?
Objection, that calls for hearsay and relevance as to whether or not Detective Thorpe ever told her that.
They're working the
You
case?
testified, right?
Yes.
Overruled.
I was not told.
Now, you were asked about truly humble under God. You remember those questions earlier today? Or that question earlier today?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors and tell us where, in all of your work on this case involving Mr. Williams, and any time, where you ever had an interview, a conversation where you asked, or someone in your presence asked, or someone told you what thug stands for?
That's never been a question asked of me.
With regards to the repost, and if you need to see it, please just tell me. I just have to refresh my
You said the
memory.
what?
Repost. And if you need to see it, we're going to show it to you. January 26, 2015. Mr. Garlington, you helped the jurors see it previously. It starts out with Mr. Williams. I'm not quoting. I think it is a quote, but I don't want to quote. I don't get it. People lie to their kids, lie to their mothers, lie to their... You know, okay. Do you have the number that is? You want to have just one moment?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to, the state is helping me out, Ms. Hilton's helping me out. Can I ask other questions in the meantime? Okay. Well, they're helping me out, so we'll come
Yes,
back
sir.
to that. Okay. Do you remember being shown State's Exhibit number 526YY, if you could help me out, Mr. Atkins? And with the court's permission, this is already in evidence. And just orient yourself with it if you don't mind. This is already in evidence. It's the number I just announced. And do you remember this?
Why? I didn't think that's in evidence. Is
I
that what you
hope-
said?
I believe that's, you admitted it.
I said it would be admitted if tendered. I don't believe it was tendered.
It was tendered today in mine.
It- No.
Okay, I'm moving on.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. This, it's been called several things, gang war, beef. You testified earlier, and please correct me. I am not looking to transfer. This started from your investigation approximately fall 2014. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Now, you have information through your investigation that the fall, well, let's establish the fall. Approximately we're in the fall now, September, October, November, December, something like that? 2014, would you say that's the fall?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know that Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas, friendly with Donovan Thomas, in the months of September, October, November, December, January 2000, well, those 2014 going into 2015. Fair to say?
I don't know that for certain.
You were told that.
Not necessarily, no.
You saw pictures? I'm sorry if there's an objection.
I don't,
You saw pictures,
Saw pictures of what?
Instagram pictures, postings, concert flyers
Of what, sir?
And
of Mr. Williams and Mr. Donovan Thomas together.
During those times of October, November?
Fall 2014, September, October, November, December, going into beginning of January.
I don't recall.
Your Honor, that was really compound, so.
overruled.
I don't recall seeing any pictures during that time. Do you mean posted?
Sure.
I'm asking.
Social media.
Hold on. I'm asking you, do you mean, did I see pictures of them in October, September, December of 2014? Like at that exact time?
Are you asking
Yes.
if she saw the pictures then, or if she
Oh.
eventually saw pictures from them?
The second one.
If I eventually saw pictures of them? I believe I have that it was videos or something like that.
Okay. And same question, though.
Yes,
Not-
sir.
Not as complicated. Rich Homie Kwan, you know who that is, Mr. Lamar?
I've heard of them, yes.
Same thing, performing with Mr. Williams in the fall 2014, going into January 2015.
I don't know of exact dates, no.
All right. Okay. Now, Mr. Zachary told you, when we watched it, he told you that this was really a battle, whatever word, war with, he called him Woody, but Kenneth Copeland, and he said Shell but Mr. Kelvin Watts. True?
Yes.
And that Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas were friends during this. True?
I don't recall him saying they were friends.
Okay, I'm going to get you some. Do you know the transcript, or would you like to see the recording?
Whatever you want to show me.
Okay.
Was it just dropping stuff on the floor? Get it together, Steele.
Do you remember, I'm going to have to find it for a second. Do you remember Mr. Zachary telling you that Jeffrey's not involved in Donovan Thomas's killing?
I believe he stated he didn't know that it happened until after it happened.
Did he tell you, do you remember the prosecutor asking you about whether Jeffrey didn't give an F about Donovan Thomas's death, and then Mr. Zachary giving an answer? Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was actually Detective Dennis who said that Jeffrey didn't give a F. True?
I don't.
Your Honor,
Okay.
withdrawn.
Your Honor, can I play Jeffrey Williams 263D, as in David, and it's from a clip from the August 5, 2015 video.
Okay, is
That's
this
in
the thing
evidence.
you're circling back to, or is this the thing you were just asking about?
One more time? It's what I've been talking about just now. And that
Right,
states
there-
Exhibit 531Y.
And that's with regard to the question that's on the floor that I don't think got answered?
Right, I think that
Okay.
the Detective Gates said, I don't remember.
Okay, I
don't know.
can, yes, you may. I can hear
You could just listen to this first.
Yeah.
What do you thought they were gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
Shoot, he normal.
He didn't get no fuck.
I mean, he tells her like, he like, why did they kill Nuts? Like, but then down like they told him that Nuts said it's a goal. They really would be holding back stuff.
Does that sound right? On what was played earlier today or yesterday?
That's what we played. Yes.
Okay, and that's Detective Dennis asking Mr. Zachary in your presence what was Thug like, meaning after the death of Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
And the answer, Mr. Zachary said, SHI, he was normal. Is that what you just heard?
Yes.
And then Detective Dennis said he didn't give no FU blank K, right?
Yes.
And then Mr. Zachary said, I mean, he cared. Like why did they kill Nut? Like, but then I guess they told him that Nut said it's a go. They really be, and would he really be holding back? Is that what you heard?
Sure. I think we all heard it.
Okay. So when the prosecutor was asking you earlier that Jeffrey Williams was, this is my word, insensitive, that's not what Mr. Zachary said, right?
I object to the mischaracterization of anything that,
All right, well, the questions aren't evidence anyway, and he said it was his words, so overruled.
That he was insensitive. I don't recall hearing that.
And it said that, I guess, they told him Nut said it's a go. But they really be, would he really be holding back? And it goes on to Woody lies. or little Mr. Copeland, right? Lies to Jeffrey. That's what it was about, correct?
I don't believe he said Woody lies to Mr. Williams.
Okay. Now, with regards to what you know from looking at social media, Jeffrey Williams put forth a rest in peace social media platform announcement, didn't he?
What are we talking about again?
January 11th, 2015, very early in the morning, 3 or 4 in the morning, you're aware that Jeffrey Williams paid tribute to Donovan Thomas, right?
I'm not aware.
You've never seen that posting?
Your Honor, the witness has answered, so I object to answered and assuming.
I'm not aware.
Can I refresh your memory with something? Can I show you the posting, or you don't know? You've never seen it?
Your Honor, I object to this testifying. If the witness said she,
She's not testifying, overruled.
I don't recall seeing it.
Okay. Have it?
I feel like this is Whitaker feeling bad for what she just did to Shart.
All right, can Mr. Kokomo approach?
For the purpose of potentially refreshing the witness's recollection?
Yes.
Do you think that something might refresh your recollection, Sergeant Gaither?
He can show me, but I don't recall.
You can show me, but I'm not going to try to remember. Oh, and good point. So, Classy Beat stream today. I just realized I put a link in the chat and pinned it. It is a season finale, so we're going to hear like the best of the best songs competing from the season. And PD Broker, thank you. It's actually starting at 7:30 p.m., which is half an hour earlier than normal. So, pinned link at the top. Come join us, guys.
Can you go up? Watch so.
You recognize that social media
Your Honor,
posting?
I'd ask that that question not be the question, but whether her memory is refreshed as to whether she ever saw any
Jane.
social. Your Honor, would
Does that
the
refresh
question?
your memory?
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, but not in that context that you're using it for, sir.
Okay, you've seen that posting before?
I've seen that posting on Nuts page before, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I am moving for the admission of Mr. Williams, number
Your Honor, I'd
42.
ask to approach, and I'll
Okay.
tell the court why.
All right, so we'll update the approach
Anybody need
after we get
restroom
a
break
result.
anyway? Yeah, everybody good? Okay.
And also, I typed it in the chat. If you guys are interested in the Sarah Boone trial, that's going to be in Orlando. That's close to me. So if there's an emergency, I can pull up to the courtroom. But she was representing herself pro se. Recently got not one, but two, but three attorneys. And you guys see excited utterance, sometimes potentially criminal, and sometimes it's FMM 2.0 in the chat. Potentially criminal and excited utterance and Dolly Talk are going live at 6 p.m. Eastern today to watch that final pretrial hearing. So I'm about to share that link in the chat. I'm just gonna, because since it's a long description here, I'm just gonna say hella. So look for the hella. So there you go. And we'll probably set up a redirect for that since there's kind of distance to Classy stream later. But Sarah Boone's case, I think, is going to be really interesting just because now her attorneys are kind of in a rush to get things together before trial starts because they just got into the game. So, let's see. Move forward a little bit in the stream. Anthony says we have 2 judges in the courtroom today. Oh boy. Kevin Kirksey says, I hope the judge watches some of the live stream after court ends, just so she can see how biased she is towards the state. Ooh, a
What you were
squeak,
just
guys.
shown by Mr. Kokomo?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen that entire posting before?
I've seen the photograph before.
How about the words underneath the posting the words underneath the photograph?
I don't recall the exact words, but I have seen the actual photograph before.
Okay, I understand the photograph. Now,
He's being
have you
difficult
also
on
read the
purpose.
content that went with the photograph if you saw that as a posting?
And Your Honor, again, I object based on what I stated at the bench.
Do you mean ever? Can you ask that more
Sure.
specifically?
Sure. During your investigation, or tell us at any time, not today, have you seen and read that entire posting before? That's my question to you.
I don't recall what any of the captions stated for the picture, but I do recall seeing the picture before.
Okay, let's put aside the picture just for a moment.
Sir, I just answered that I don't recall the exact words of the captions, but I have seen that photograph posted to Mr. Thomas's Instagram page.
I understand that. Put aside the picture. Have you read, understand you don't have a verbatim memory, have you read that posting
Yeah.
that went along with the picture while during this investigation? That's my question.
Your Honor, number one, I object. The witness has stated that she's seen the photograph on Donovan Thomas's page. She has not seen the photograph in the context that was presented to
How
her.
do we know? This is inappropriate.
Sustained. You may re-ask the question. You overruled. You may answer that question if you know.
On your oath, have you seen the photograph that you already identified along with that posting, those words? That's my question. At any time during the investigation related to this case?
I have seen the photograph, and I have seen a caption under the photograph. I do not recall what the caption actually stated.
Okay. What you read today from Mr. Kokomo, is that refresh your memory of what you previously saw or read?
It does not.
All right. Okay, let's go to back to the interview on August 5. You were told by Mr. Zachary.
And so what just happened there, Love likely approached the bench asking for that sidebar to urge that, hey, foundation needs to be laid because this exhibit has other content in it. And Judge let Steele come out and ask some questions to Gaither. Are you familiar? Have you seen the stuff surrounding this post to lay foundation? In my opinion, and that should be the process, right? It's technically a separate exhibit. But in my opinion, Gaither has been on the stand before. She's not being cooperative. You can tell by some of her answers that she's trying to look for a way to block certain things on behalf of the state, to the state's benefit. So right there, to me, it seems very clearly like Gaither was intentionally trying to avoid laying foundation. And I question the truthfulness of her answers. But you can't really, there's nothing you can really do to box someone in unless you have somewhere some proof of them with that exact picture looking at it and reading the content around it. Then you can say, oh, didn't she look at it here? So there's not really much you can do there. You just can't lay the foundation. You've got to move on.
That when people made statements to him about this murder and who was involved, Jeffrey had already left the condo. True?
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Mr. Zachary told you during the interview that the jurors heard, we watched together, that you were present for, that when Mr. Zachary was supposedly told by people that they were involved in this homicide, Mr. Williams had already left his condominium.
I believe that may be true.
With regards to the bus tour shooting, it's April 26, 2015. Mr. Zachary told you that Jeffrey Williams was not involved in that bus tour shooting of the Lil Wayne bus tour, right?
He said he was not there, yes.
Not there and didn't know about it until the next day.
Correct.
In fact, Mr. Zachary went further and said that Jeffrey Williams idolizes Dwayne Carter or Lil Wayne, right?
Yes.
When asked whether Jeffrey Williams is the leader of a criminal street gang, YSL, Mr. Zachary said, no, he is not, right?
I don't recall asking that or hearing that.
Let me show you, give me 1 second. Your Honor, may I have a second?
You may.
Drea, I love cross amnesia. It is so good. She got hit by cross amnesia. I tried to pull up YouTube to copy and paste a link. broke it.
No, I mean, if you want to put it. Yeah.
Oh, they're not letting you guys hear Kokomo's hot mic. Sorry. They cut it off.
We're going to play from the same exhibit that's in evidence, Your Honor. Court's permission states 531Y. Mr. Kokomo's giving it enough.
Shannon Alexander says it's gonna get good, Cat. I'm not telling.
263G as in Goldfinger, and 26BH as in hat. May Mr. Kokomo play it, Your Honor?
He may.
Do you think that Thug ordered that? On the charges against nothing? No. I told him they're trying to get his name.
Do we have a question?
So there's like no sanctions if some shit happens, and I'm from Chicago, so I know about gang life and all that stuff. So if there's something done without quote unquote permission from the higher ups, it ain't no kind of who said Thug the highest. I mean that's just what I heard.
He the trick. Who the boss then? Who run YSL?
He wouldn't even right when he started YSL.
Who started?
My brother and Slug. Taylor Slug. Yeah.
What about DK?
They did it, because they were my Thug. I'm telling you who started it. Taylor Slug. And some, like 3 more of their friends. That these people that all they grew up together who started. All of them started. Then they Slug, he loved Thug, so he told Thug what's going on. And Thug just ran with it.
Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
And in that section, that is Jeffrey Williams 263G and H. And there was a break in there, I apologize, but that was continuous, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where Mr. Zachary is asked whether Jeffrey ordered the killing of Mr. Thomas, right?
Yes.
And his answer is no, right?
Yes.
And you explained, I'm from Chicago, and that you need permission from higher ups. I'm not quoting you, but something like that. And Mr. Zachary said, who said that his word is Thug? I call him Jeffrey, is the higher. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. And then you said, that's just what I heard. And then Mr. Zachary said, he's not the boss. He's not the higher. Something like that, right?
Well, Mr. Zachary went into who started it. Just because you don't start a gang doesn't mean you're not a leader.
Yeah, but Mr. Zachary also told you throughout this entire meeting with you that Jeffrey Williams was not involved in the killing of Donovan Thomas. In fact, he learned about it later, right?
Yes, he stated that.
And that Mr. Williams was not involved, as we just said, in the shooting of the Little Wayne bus tour, right?
Yes, he stated that.
And in fact, that Jeffrey Williams rented cars for a lot of people, right?
I don't recall a lot of people, those words.
Rented cars for others. Do you remember that conversation? That topic coming up?
Not renting cars for others, no.
Remember Mr. Zachary explaining that he and Mr. Copeland were in a rental car together?
Yes, and they spun out on the expressway.
And they got in the crash. And Mr. Copeland was the last person Mr. Zachary saw with that car, the rental car. So I want to talk about the Infiniti.
No, that's not what he stated.
He didn't say that?
That's not what he stated, no, sir.
What did he say?
He stated that Mr. Williams gave the car to Nard, Shannon, Yak, and Doo-Wop, is what he stated.
He said that his manager rented the car, right?
Amina, yes.
And that he allowed others to drive the car, right?
And he went along to state the names, yes.
Okay. And also that he would let others use his cars. Did he not say that?
I don't specifically, that one part of it, no, I don't remember him saying that.
All right. The Sprinter van. Remember those Sprinter vans that we talked about?
Yes, sir.
And the Sprinter van, did you do any type of investigation or get any information when they were summoned, hired, rented?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you did know that Jeffrey Williams, Mr. Zachary told you, had performances in the state of Florida,
That's what he stated.
and that's why it was already pre-planned to go to Florida around the 10th of January, 11th of January, 2015, 12th of January, right?
He never said anything about a pre-plan.
But
He
you
didn't say
could have
that it was already-
investigated
people were
and
already
seen it.
going?
No, he stated Mr. Williams had a show or something, and then they all decided to go. It wasn't a pre-plan.
Okay. That Jeffrey Williams stopped associating with some of these people a short time after the killing of Donovan Thomas.
What's your question?
That's my question. That's what he told you.
No, I don't recall that.
You remember Mr. Zachary stating that Thug had stopped messing with everybody. Do you remember that? Do you remember that shortly after the murder? If you don't remember, it's fine.
He didn't say it in that context. Shortly after the murder, Thug stopped messing with everybody. That wasn't the context in what he said that in.
What do you believe the context is?
I mean, if you have the transcripts to refresh my memory, I can read them to you. But that was not the context of it.
Okay. Did Mr. Zachary tell you that he doesn't, by August 5, 2015, doesn't speak with Jeffrey Williams? You can't get in touch with him?
He stated that he hadn't seen him in a minute.
Up until you left the gang task force in March of 2016.
Yes, sir.
When was the last time Jeffrey Williams had any contact with Mr. Copeland, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
How about Mr. Zachary?
I don't know.
Mr. Garlington?
I don't know Mr. Jeffrey's contacts or speaking to anybody involved in this case.
There was a portion of this meeting with Mr. Zachary and you and Detective Dennis, and I believe Detective Thorpe, whereby Detective Dennis says something to the effect of YSL is a gang as well as something else. Do you know what he said?
No.
I'm going to play this and tell us if you can assist us, okay?
Sure.
Your Honor, this is states Jeffrey Williams, it states 531Y, same interview, Jeffrey Williams 263I. As in ice cream, it's 3/18/14 to 3/18/21.
So YSL is a gang, but it's also a clothing label, correct? Yeah, for the record.
Do you know what he was saying, if you heard?
Now, can you play that again?
So YSL is a gang, but it's also a clothing label, correct? Yeah, for the record.
I don't know what he said.
Now, I'd like to show you, with the state's permission and assistance, states 447Y. And tell me, this is what I asked you earlier, that you introduced. Tell me if this refreshes your memory. You remember this?
This a video?
Yes.
You can play it.
We could play it if you want, but do you remember seeing this before?
I don't recall if you play it. It's just, at this point, a screenshot. If you play it, I can tell you if I remember it or not.
Okay, play the first part
This
of it. if you
dang
don't know.
video. I've been waiting for this.
So, nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth. Don't get it. Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches?
From me and YSL.
Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on there, we have in the background, Mr. Sledge speaking, right? You hear his voice?
I heard a voice, yes.
You don't recognize it, Mr. Sledge?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Okay. Mr. Martinez-Arnold's voice?
Not with 100% certainty.
All right. You see where it says repost WizApp?
No,
Should be on your screen. Center
it's
bottom.
not on it. Oh, now I can see it. Yeah, now I can see it.
Okay. And do you know what that means? Did you do any investigation into what that means?
What means?
Yeah.
What?
Repost WizApp.
I believe it's some type of app.
Do you know what repost means?
To repost something on the social media, meaning,
Did you ever do any investigation to determine the date or dates that this was previously posted?
no,
Do you know when State's Exhibit number 447Y was actually made?
I don't recall.
Do you know whether it was made before the Donovan Thomas shooting?
I don't recall the date when it was made or posted, reposted.
Did you do anything in your memory to find out and look into when was this actually created?
I had no reason to.
How come?
It's not against the law to make a video or repost it.
With regards to your working with Detective Thorpe, Homicide Investigator Thorpe and the gang unit, including you, are both looking into the investigation into the killing, the shooting of Donovan Thomas and related matters. Fair?
To a certain extent.
And were you kept abreast at times of what Detective Thorpe was doing on the case?
Not all the time, no.
Okay. Did you, at times, keep Detective Thorpe abreast of what you were doing on the case?
If it was something that I felt was pertinent to his investigation, yes, I would tell him if we found out
Were you,
new
Go ahead.
if we found out new information that I felt would help him, yes, I would tell him.
Were you aware at and around October 20th, 2015, until the day that you left the gang unit, that Detective Thorpe swore out warrants for Kenneth Copeland for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Was I aware today?
Relevance?
The day that he did it? No.
Were you aware of it at a time before you left the gang unit?
At some point, I did know.
One
It
more time.
wasn't. At some point, I did find out that he
Okay.
obtained warrants.
All right. And when you spoke with and you interviewed Kenneth Copeland several times, right?
Yes.
And also you looked into his criminal conduct, fair to say? You investigated him, right?
In regards to what?
Anything,
If it was criminal activity or
criminal activity.
Your Honor, I object as to vagueness.
I'll be specific. You went to his house on June 10, 2015 and arrested him, along with other agents.
yes,
And those agents also were FBI, that's wrong, ATF agents, federal agents, right?
correct.
And you located, with permission, in the car outside his home and Ms. Gordon's home, you found some electronic devices, computers, stolen identification, things like that, correct?
Objection, relevance?
Is there relevance to that? Okay, we'll see. Overruled for now.
Yes,
And that rental car, it was a rental car that these items were found in, right?
I don't recall if it was a rental or not.
Do you remember Ms. Quarterman's mother rented the car?
I just stated I don't recall if it was a rental car or not.
Do you remember testifying in this trial previously and watching a video?
Of what?
Maybe you didn't watch the video. Do you remember testifying previously? Or did you ever tell Kenneth Copeland, you can get Miss Quarterman's mother in trouble because she rented that car and there's stolen items in the car? Do you remember that conversation?
I don't. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but at this moment, I don't remember that it was a rental car.
All right. Now, do you remember going back to the August 5, 2015 interview with Mr. Zachary, that he explained that there was a video posted on social media of Mr. Sledge or Muntunk and Mr. Zachary, and it was made threatening Mr. Kelvin Watts, or Shell Kel, do you remember that?
Yes,
And do you remember Mr. Zachary explaining that that was all about trivia?
yes,
Okay. And do you remember Mr. Zachary denying being slime? Remember that conversation taking place?
yes,
And he saying that there are no rules or loyalty to slime? Do you remember that?
yes,
And do you remember that Mr. Copeland, according to Mr. Zachary, same August 5, 2015, Mr. Copeland and Mr. Sledge or Muntunk shot Mr. Watts or Kelvin Watts on MLK? Remember him telling you that?
yes,
And do you remember that Mr. Zachary shared with you that Mr. Copeland shot at the TGI studios?
yes,
And do you remember that Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shell Kel, Mr. Zachary explained, was shot twice, first by Mr. Sledge and then by Mr. Sledge and Mr. Copeland? Do you remember that?
that he was shot twice, I mean, two separate incidents?
I'm going to do two separate incidents. Yes, he was shot, Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shell Kel was shot first by Mr. Sledge and Mr. Copeland. Do you remember him saying that? Mr. Zachary saying that?
I don't remember him saying two separate incidents. I remember him saying he was shot on Martin Luther King, but not a second, not shot at first and then a second incident.
Do you remember Second time, Mr. Kelvin Watts was shot at by Trevante. Remember Mr. Zachary telling you that?
Ooh, that was
Okay,
a
yeah.
breathy McBrotherton.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Now, you stated earlier that, the way I understood it, it would be bad form to allow potential witnesses to get together and speak before law enforcement officers spoke with them. Do you remember something like that?
Bad form? What do you mean bad form?
It's bad procedure. The witnesses can taint each other if they get together.
Yes, I believe that to be true.
And that's why at times when police come onto a scene, they try to separate, if they can, witnesses. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Because you want the most pure statement from each witness and not some sort of, even innocently, tampering or tainting of witnesses.
Correct, the independent recollection of the incident.
Now, in this case, do you remember on June 10, 2015, explaining to Mr. Copeland that you and your coworkers needed to corroborate, that's a bad word though, but needed to find whether there was information to support what he was saying about other people? Do you remember having those conversations with him?
Yes.
And do you remember Mr. Copeland saying Mr. Garlington would be a good source of corroboration? Do you remember something like that?
Yes.
And do you remember Detective Thorpe, your coworker, whatever, APD homicide, lead homicide detective on this matter, being present with you and Detective Dennis during this time? Of that interview?
I'm not saying he wasn't, but I don't recall.
Do you remember it being discussed where Detective Thorpe, in your presence, and Detective Dennis, explained that he would allow Mr. Copeland and Mr. Garlington to speak on a non-recorded line before Mr. Garlington spoke to the police?
This is what Investigator Thorpe said? No, I don't recall that.
Okay. This is already in evidence. Copeland, do you have this? Do you have this? I need the number. You want to have one moment?
And while he takes that moment, holy moly on the gifted memberships in here.
It's at pages, I have it.
Muck Duck Inc. dropped 10, and you guys were already saying thank you, and then he dropped 20 more. He just dropped 30 memberships in here. That's 30 people that can use the new cat emoji. C cat. That's incredibly awesome, Muck Duck Inc. Thank you so much. Then if you missed one from Muck Duck, you might have gotten one from Peter Ortiz, who dropped a 20. That is a ton of membership. I gotta update the banner. Like, holy moly. This is 72 new members just for this, like, second part of a stream. I think, what, 93 from the first part. So 165.
You want to have one moment. Mr. Kokomo is pulling it up.
Oh my gosh, Jason! Jason just dropped 10 more gifts! Jason! Shout out to Jason Sorensen in the chat. So we're gonna round it up a little bit here. Let me update this banner again. I'd rather update for gifts than for objections. Thank you so much, Jason.
Can't find it? I'll go on to something else while you find it. You want to go on to something else while Mr. Kokomo is doing that? Okay. I want to continue on with June 10, 2015 interview between you and Mr. Copeland and other investigators. Do you remember from the McDonald's, Mr. Copeland's explained that he's at the McDonald's shortly after the murder. I'm not 8 o'clock, I'm not sticking to that time, but something like that, on January 10, 2015.
Yes.
And do you remember him explaining that he's in a car with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Demise McMullen, or Nard?
Yes.
And he is following Mr. Slade, no, that's wrong, Mr. O.G. Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell's car to Jeffrey Williams' Sky House condo? Do you remember that?
I don't remember him stating he was following someone.
Okay. Kokomo, can I break your thought?
Mr.
Mr. Kokomo, can I break your thought? Your Honor, this is already in evidence. It states 278YE as in Aaron, and this is Jeffrey Williams 240II, and this is 9:58:14 a.m. to 9:58:46 a.m. II.
So, we don't get on spell it, don't we? Wait, are they following y'all? Nah, they told us to follow them. Okay, so y'all follow them? Yeah, but when he told me, hell no, I ain't gonna follow them. But I had to even get out of cover. I'm trying to keep these like what the hell going on. So we followed them to the tour house. They stayed downtown on the Sky House. That's it. I followed them down there. So I followed them down there. I see the door to get up. So now they got covered.
Were you able to understand that?
Yeah, I remember this in the video.
Okay. And is it accurate to say, I'm not saying it's accurate in life, but is it accurate to say Mr. Copeland told you that he was following Mr. O.G. Bentley's car to the Sky House where Jeffrey Williams lives?
He said them. I don't remember him saying O.G. Bentley or Bentley's name.
Okay. Let's do this one then. It might put in context. Your Honor, it's the same States Exhibit 278YE. This is Jeffrey Williams 240JJ. The times are 2:57:47 to 2:57:58 p.m.
When did Bentley pull up? You didn't say Bentley's name. Yeah, he was driving the white truck. He's the one who took them to the Sky House. I said Bentley. Okay. So they called Bentley.
Were you able to understand that?
This was two separate times of the interview.
Correct. You're saying that this is not from the McDonald's to the Sky House?
So I don't know where you're going with this. I'm kind of confused. You're showing two different clips with two different contexts.
Well, if you don't remember, that's fine.
I just stated I'm confused because this is two separate clips from two totally separate parts of the interview.
Sure. Sure. But does this help you, to help the jury, that Mr. Copeland told you that he followed Mr. O.G. Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell to Jeffrey's home from the McDonald's? If it doesn't help you, just say it doesn't.
Sir, we all just heard him just say that, but in the context that you're putting it in, it's a little confusing because this is two separate parts of the interview.
Well, from your knowledge of the interview and this case, is that what Mr. Copeland said?
That's what he just stated on there, yes.
Okay. Then I want to go back to the original question I asked about the interviewing allowing Mr. Copeland to speak with Mr. Garlington on a non-recorded line, okay?
I don't believe I stated.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
Yes. Right, we are approaching. We are approaching. I had to look, did Thugger Daily have a clip of the hot mic? Because if I try to rewind it and find it, I'm gonna be... You guys know me trying to rewind and find something. Wow, there is a lot of... A lot of chitter chatter. Let's see. Okay, so Thugger Daily has it here.
Interview back to the original question I asked about.
Okay, this is quiet. Oh, no, it's there.
The original question I asked about allowing Mr. Copeland to speak with Mr. Garlington on a non-recorded line, okay?
I don't believe I stated.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
All right, so let me link you to this one, guys. I'm bookmarking it. I'm also retweeting it, so it'll be up if you want to grab it later. So this is the Steal Horrible clip if you want it. Well, I don't want to word it like that. Let's just put horrible.
I don't believe I stated.
I'm not going to word it as Steal Horrible.
Back to
And then does he have the previous
the
one?
original question I asked about.
Oh man. Oh wait, I don't think this thread's in order. Oh, okay, so he posted it randomly. So let's see. So this is the other one with Shart. And we won't watch the objections. We're gonna hear that next.
Horrible.
So this is a link to the second one there. I'll also bookmark and repost that one. Thank you guys. Yeah, and that was really loud. You know, her microphone is quite loud. So this one is the Shart one. There you go, you guys. Hilarious, and big shout out also, guys, if you don't already follow Thugger Daily and you use X, you can use those links to hop over quick and follow Thugger Daily. It's 1,000,000% worth it. And let's get back over. There was also a chair squeak while the stream was playing, so I'm going to add a chair squeak to the counter.
All right, yes, Ms. Ross.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to address the witness and speak to the witness, and also, quite frankly, to speak to the DA as well. Because of the way everyone is positioned, they're obviously closer to the jury than anybody else. Their microphones are live, and what they say can be picked up on a microphone. A couple of times.
Sorry, who? What the state says at their table?
And what the witness is saying. And there have been at least 3 occasions where the witness has, either before or after a question, muttered something and said something into the microphone that can be picked up.
Well, I certainly haven't heard it. I can barely hear the answers.
I am not the only one who's heard it. At that last exchange, I heard her say something, I couldn't make out what she said, into the microphone. I guess she was frustrated after the question, and it's being picked up by the microphone, and if I can hear her muttering over here, whatever she's saying can be heard to the jury, and it's just inappropriate. I think it's simply enough to tell her to not make any extraneous comments that can possibly be picked up by the jury. Same thing for the state. And we've actually addressed this before prior to this court's involvement in the case, where there have been times where the state, either out of frustration or who knows why they're doing it, says something, or they're making faces and they're saying something that can be picked up by the microphone, and because they're that close to the jury, I'm sure the jury can hear it too. So I'm just asking, as I've asked before, and as they have been told before, to be mindful of the things that they say and the fact that it can be picked up by the jury.
I can't say that I heard this because I was in the middle of everything, but I've been told by multiple sources that once my cross-examination was finished and Mr. Steele was going to begin, the witness said, horrible.
Horrible?
Horrible.
What? Okay.
And she's sitting right next to the jury.
If the witness and or the state is saying things like that and the jury hears them, I cannot imagine that that reflects well on either of them.
No, treat this witness on the stand the exact way you treated the media pool yesterday. And Empress Fox, the Twitter account user that you thought had some inside leak that was sending conspiratorial photos that weren't supposed to be taken in the courtroom. Treat this witness and the state the same way you treated them yesterday. Like, this is 24 hours apart.
Your Honor, I have to say, I would ask that presumptions based on assertions by counsel for opposing for the defendants not be taken as true and then spoken as if they are by this honorable court.
You sound stupid.
Because I have no idea what Mr. Adams is talking about. I have not heard any mutterings. I don't know what Mr. Shart is talking about. The state does not have the luxury to sit here and say what it believes someone from the defense is doing without it being cut off quickly. So I'd ask that the court not act on what is being asserted by counsel for the defendants as we stop these proceedings to address something nobody heard, but apparently Mr. Adams.
Fortunately,
And Mr. Shart.
this trial is televised.
And Your Honor,
You know what? I'm going to stick with what I said before, which is if a witness wants to present themselves in that way in front of the jury, that is a reflection on that witness, and the jury can evaluate that.
No.
So, no, I'm not going to advise her or any other witness one way or, well, depends on what they say, and I didn't actually hear anything, but no, if she wants to make derogatory comments.
She has told witnesses to not make commentary, so what the heck is this? Like, I feel gaslit by Whitaker right now. Whitaker herself has told witnesses to cut out the commentary.
then that is a poor reflection on her. And the jury, if they heard it, will notice it. And to the extent, I mean, I haven't, was that basically just about this witness
It was about the witness and about the prosecution. And let's be
who's
clear.
doing this, or you believe is doing something like this right now?
Yes, and who has done it before? I'm not just saying that. The court has addressed it before because it's happened before. So we're not making this up. She was admonished previously by the prior court to stop doing that.
And you're saying she's doing it again, and it is making faces and or comments?
Making faces, making comments. It can be picked up by the microphone. These mics are live. And as Mr. Shard pointed out, luckily, this trial is being televised and live
I
streamed.
don't know why that's lucky, because the jury is not going to watch the live stream.
I'm not talking about it. I'm saying
I mean, the jury
For
is
you,
the one
Whitaker.
deciding this case.
the person making the complaint about the behavior is the defendants. And I'm in support of what I'm saying. I'm telling you that we are not the only ones who have noticed this. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well,
Your Honor, and I would ask, I have asked that
Says
the
aspersions
microphone
one more
not be
time.
close to counsel's table over here behind, so that
which microphone are y'all even talking about?
anyone that can pick up conversation at state's table, because I'm not trying to have our
No, it shouldn't be. You all, any attorneys ought to be able to talk to each other at their table privately without anything being picked up. So I don't know if that means y'all want to turn off your mic, because we're in a big awkward courtroom where nobody can hear anybody sometimes, but then apparently people can hear mutterings under the breath other times. So
we have it off. I've unhooked this, even though it was off. I don't want anything said at council table heard,
all right.
period.
And then I don't know what the situation is with the mics that are on the back table, whether those are off.
No,
They're off.
Okay.
Sometimes what we learned the last time, if that mic is on,
That mic being the podium mic, which has to be on.
so we have to be more conscious. Sometimes the podium mic can pick up our conversation because we're closest to.
Mr. Maurice has something to add, and maybe he knows because he's a
Shout
media
out to
guy.
Mr. Maurice.
Y'all not picking up her conversations. You can hear a witness. She's left a couple remarks towards the end of her.
Y'all, I guess because y'all are plugged straight into the system, y'all get to hear way more than we get to through the ambient air.
But we're not picking up any of their conversations.
Okay.
So.
okay.
Okay.
Shout
well,
out to Maurice.
I mean, I wish we could hear as well as the live stream apparently can, but there's nothing that can be done about that. All right, anybody need to use the restroom while we're on a break? Go ahead and do that now. And do we, I mean, it doesn't matter, I guess, but do we think we'll get through this witness today? Are there going to be other defense attorneys with cross? And then is there going to be redirect? I guess we'll just see what happens, but,
To answer your question, at this point, no.
okay.
Wow. Holy moly, you guys. And that was really, really great from the media pool to be like, look, we heard the witness and we're not picking up conversations at the state's table. And I won't say, like earlier I did say we heard something, but I think I said it sounded like it was coming from the lapel mic. And that means Love didn't turn off her lapel mic when she was done asking her questions. That was way early. That was in like the other stream before the internet broke. So like, what the heck just happened there? And it's like, it's so ridiculous. Oh, well, the jury's not watching the stream, so it doesn't matter just because I didn't hear it. Well, that same logic doesn't apply for other arguments. I mean, there's entire things that happen in the courtroom that things get excluded without the jury even knowing it exists. So why is there suddenly this carved out, oh, it's okay because the jury might not have heard it? Or if they heard it, they can make their own conclusion about this particular witness, even though we've told other witnesses to curb their commentary. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Oh my gosh. And let's skip ahead a little bit. But you guys are on it in the chat. Ike says, that's not good enough, Judge. At what point will you distinguish between an utterance and speaking to the jury? Officers of the court are apprising you of a situation, and you waved it off. I'm done. And then Love tried to double end it like it's a two-way issue. Like, just so annoying. I'm like so irritated. Oh, thank you, Ike. Shout out to Ike. Touche says, their page goes again. Reading everyone's mind and knowing what the jury will conclude. So inappropriate. And like, she lives in her own bubble. Oh, well, the jury, who cares what they think? If it's a video game, it's a video game, whatever, it's fine. It's not prejudicial for them to be saying things that are in reference to a game, Grand Theft Auto. They'll just magically figure out how to decipher it without proper contextual clues. who cares about the probative versus prejudicial balance? That's a rule of evidence, Whitaker. You can't just decide because of your own world experience. Thank you so much, Touche. Touche also says, I knew Love would try to use this to her advantage to punish the media. Sure it did. They're picking us up at the state table. That's why I said shout out to Maurice. I want to find his ex. It's Maurice. His last name starts with a D. Don't remember, it wasn't coming up. As soon as I find it, I'll share Maurice's ex link. Man of integrity. Man of integrity. And I say that beyond just today. I've seen other stuff where he's played it even throughout this case. So I'd love to share his ex link with you guys as soon as I can figure out what his last name is. And then Muck Duck, thank you so much. Incredible. You just gifted so much. And then you're here with a 20 saying, this judge is becoming a joke. She lets so much stuff get by when the prosecution, aka the state, does something stupid. Yet the defense is called out all the time and she needs to do better. She almost got mad at Adam. Well, not even almost. She got mad at Adams for raising an objection. I think it would be bad counsel, bad attorneying, bad representation of your client, a lack of advocacy for your client. If you don't call it out to the judge that a witness is on the stand muttering things that the jury can hear. Like, just insane logic coming from the judge here to think that that doesn't matter and to almost be mad at the defense counsel for it. Like, and shout out to Doug Weinstein. Last week he was, and you guys were contributing to it, compiling clips with these body language, these eye rolls, these things that are being done right in front of the jury. Because Love's been doing this the whole trial, and she's been called out for it previously in the trial. And Whitaker really needs to get with it. Thank you for the 20. Thank you for the opportunity to rant. On a positive note, with no rant needed here, JC, thank you for becoming a member. Torres says, the judge really pissed me off here. Gaither should be held to the same standard other officers of the court are held to. This is so unfair. Or any witness even. Whitaker has told witnesses to curb their commentary. So why is this an exception? Why is this an exception? And thank you, Kevin, for the loop in here that she said, oh, this dude is horrible. Again, I'll drop those links again to the actual clips from X. And they're retweeted. You guys can find them on my wall or Thugger Dailies if you want to get quick links to them. Gems of clips, because now, what proof do you need? What proof do you need that Keith Adams was telling the truth and he was pushed back on as if he wasn't? Like, just incredible. All after that media kerfuffle yesterday over that leaked picture of Gaither. And then Muck Duck sent a 10. That is so sweet of you. Thank you. No comment, just a 10. And then Kevin Kirksey says we can hear the sidebar, by the way. Did I miss the sidebar previously? Let me know, because we can go back to that after we hear these objections or whatever happens next with the jury coming back in towards the end of the stream. And then holy moly, Muck Duck with a 50 says it's absolutely disgusting how this case has become a complete mockery of the justice system and a complete clown show. There was a case when this witness said something earlier in the day this morning before your feed cut. Was it actually caught earlier in the stream? Or do you mean, because we got two hot mics here. Was there a third one? Oh my gosh. We're going to have to put a note in this one. Might look back for that as well. Oh my goodness. We're going to get back into this. It looks like, I know they end up getting another witness on the stand. We're about an hour and change behind. And we're on 1.25. Muck Duck, I'm going to keep this pin so we can reference back to it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Trina Tina says it's time for my, and I don't know what emoji this is up here. Glass? It looks like a glass on StreamYard. Glass of wine? We need the box of wine. This case is a mess, 1,000,000%. And then Lovely, thank you so much for the super sticker. Let's see how we recover from this, how we move forward. And also shout out to Keith Adams for, Steele was doing cross, but Keith Adams was on it and asked to take care of business. I also see the regular chat, Trina saying these mics are hot. And guys, be careful. There is a like Brian Steele US that is not really Brian Steele, but shout out to that account anyway. They're still a great account. It's just not really Brian Steele. If there's a real Brian Steele on X actively posting, I haven't seen it. But for the Brian Steele US that said Whitaker should recuse herself, I kind of agree anyway. I agree. So thank you so much, Torres. And yeah, PSA that Brian Steele US or Steele US account is probably like one of us, not the actual Brian Steele. Oh yeah, this is never going to end. That one was kind of hilarious. And I'll pull that link. Thugger Daily posted that as well. I'm going to post that in the chat in a second. And the court is muted. It's not me. Also, I'm sharing a clip. It is from Money Making Mitch calling out when Whitaker got something really wrong earlier. I think this is actually important to stop and pause on. Fact checking, Whitaker not paying attention. Money Making Mitch, I'm dropping the link to this right now. I'm calling it MMM. Great account, worth following as well. Earlier, we've called it out on this stream. Whitaker's not paying attention. ADA Love asked Gaither if Quindarius Zachary, Sledge, and Tay, all being from Capitol Homes, helped her corroborate anything. She answers yes. Gaither answers yes when Love's asking the question. In cross, Doug Weinstein asked the exact same question, and an objection was sustained due to mischaracterization, even though it was word for word.
Did Mr. Zachary talk to you about him, Moontoon, and Tay all being from Capitol Homes?
He did.
Did that information have any significance to you?
It did.
What significance?
I showed a prior relationship
Between,
those three individuals.
okay, despite the fact that Tay was MDC and Mr. Zachary and Mr. Sledge were YSL,
Yes.
did that information corroborate or disprove for you any of the other information that you got from, and Your Honor, my understanding is her belief is irrelevant, but corroboration towards her, what she considered corroboration is relevant and important. Because, okay, so
Yes.
did it, okay, thank you.
Also, earlier today, you testified when we're talking about how you corroborated information, that one of the ways you corroborated the information that Mr. Zachary gave you was because Zachary, Sledge, and Turner all were from Capitol Homes. Do you recall that?
How I corroborated information?
Yes.
I don't believe I answered. Corroboration came from them because they were from Capitol Homes.
That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance and
Overruled.
That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
To who?
To anyone, that you corroborate information because they are from Capitol Homes.
Your Honor, objection. Number one, it mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
What do you guys think?
Would them coming from Capitol Homes, them being Zachary, Sledge, and Turner, corroborate anything?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Would that corroborate anything, the fact that they are from Capitol Homes?
Are we talking about something specific involving this case?
This was your testimony, I'm sorry. This was your testimony from this morning. I'm just trying to ask you a question. Would Zachary, Sledge, and Turner coming from Capitol Homes corroborate anything?
Objection, mischaracterizes her testimony.
Sustained.
Guys, you know, it gets difficult to keep track of these clips from the trial. This one I've retweeted. It is by Money Making Mitch with the handle Priceless Audio, a great account to follow anyway. Shared the link in the chat 3 times. I know you guys like to compile the clips, and honestly, sometimes it gets hard for one person to find things. So I know hopefully you guys are bookmarking this. Great clip, and it's just one example of this stuff happening in this trial. And I saw you guys in the chat mention the Bruce Harvey motion needs to come back. A mid-trial substitution of a judge, and then we're not paying attention. This is what it gets us. So let's toggle back over to the trial here. But great side-by-side clip. Wonderful, wonderful compilation there by Money Making Mitch. And then, hold on, Smiling Wolfette. I gotta find your X handle so I can share that here. I know you recently tagged me,
Yeah,
so I
Mr.
should be able to
Steele.
find it easily. Oh, a squeak!
Kelvin Treadwell or OG Bentley, remember being told that he took guns that were used in this killing?
Yes.
And do you have anything to corroborate that OG Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell took guns that were involved in this killing?
No, other than what Mr. Zachary said, no.
And with regards to Kelvin Treadwell or OG Bentley, if you know through your investigation, did he have a child with Donovan Thomas's sister?
That's what I heard.
And did he have a second child with Donovan Thomas's sister a year plus after the death, God forbid, of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know.
Okay. I want to go back to Florida, January 11, 12, 13, that time range, shortly after, the days after and the weeks maybe after Mr. Thomas, God forbid, was the victim of this homicide. Now, I want you to lock in on that, okay? Tell the jury through your investigation where Jeffrey Williams was staying in the state of Florida while he was working.
I was not the lead investigator on Donovan Thomas's homicide, so therefore I would not be able to answer that.
You or your teammates, tell the jurors where he was staying, that information.
I don't know.
I can't hear you.
I don't know.
Was Jeffrey Williams, do you have any information, Jeffrey Williams was staying in the state of Florida in the same location as Kenneth Copeland?
I don't have any information that Jeffrey Williams was even in Florida, confirmed information that he was even there.
Did you ever, the cell phone records you got at Jeffrey Williams' phone?
I did not get cell phone records for Jeffrey Williams' phone.
Did your partners get cell phone records for Jeffrey Williams' phone?
I can't speak what anybody else did. I did not get records for Mr. Williams' phone.
Did you ever plot, you, maybe not, but your coworkers, Jeffrey Williams' phone going to Florida?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The witness has been asked and answered multiple times and has stated she does not know of any records or does not know of Mr. Williams' whereabouts. Asked and answered is the objection.
Sustained.
Do you know where Kenneth Copeland was staying in the state of Florida?
I don't.
How about any of the other people? We could list them singularly or collectively. Demise McMullen.
I don't know where any member of YSL was staying while they were in Florida
How
in
about
January
this?
2015.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I interrupted.
No, I'm finished.
Okay.
Did you get that, ma'am?
What was Jeffrey Williams' schedule on the 11th of January 2015, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, the 17th, et cetera?
I don't know.
Did you ever look into that?
No.
Did you ever speak with Jeffrey Williams' manager?
No.
Did you ever speak with his lawyers?
I had no reason.
I'm talking about business lawyers.
I had no reason.
Did you ever speak with the accountants?
I had no reason.
You went through Jeffrey Williams' financial records, correct?
No.
You never did that?
I never did that.
Did you have somebody do that?
I didn't have anyone look into any financial records for Mr. Williams.
Did you get his financial records? You or a member of your team?
I can't speak for what anyone else did.
To your knowledge.
I don't know. I did not, sir.
How much contact through your investigation did Jeffrey Williams have with Kenneth Copeland or Mr. Zachary or Demise McMullen or any of the other people that you're talking about?
Which investigation? There were, I believe, 28 of them.
January 10th, 2015, January 11th, up till when you left the office.
I was not the primary investigator on the January 10th murder of Donovan Thomas. That was Investigator Thorpe.
Right. we got
So I did not receive any phone records or anything regarding Mr. Williams and who he contacted.
I believe I asked you, and just tell me if I got this inaccurate, but I believe I asked you the night that Donovan Thomas was killed, and you're speaking with Mr. Zachary when he's at Jeffrey Williams' home, whether when people were allegedly saying what they knew or involved, supposed involvement on the killing of Donovan Thomas, whether Jeffrey Williams was already gone from his sky house. Remember those questions I asked you?
Yes, I believe you already asked me that.
And I have that you didn't answer that. Was he already gone according to Mr. Zachary?
I believe I did answer that.
And am I correct? He already left according to Mr. Zachary, when those conversations were occurring?
I believe that was asked and answered, and I believe that the video is the best evidence. So objection.
All right, I can't really hear you without the mic. Sorry.
I believe that I object, asked and answered, best evidence. Asked and answered just a moment ago.
I don't think it was answered,
Go ahead.
the actual question. is it true that Mr. Zachary said Jeffrey Williams was already gone from his apartment?
I believe I stated I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Do you remember the April 26, 2015 tour bus shootings incident I'm talking about, okay? Do you remember during this interview with Mr. Zachary that Detective Dennis, you and Mr. Zachary were talking about whether Jeffrey Williams was called on FaceTime during that night?
Yes.
And do you remember Mr. Zachary saying that Jeffrey Williams did not answer?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Zachary explaining that Jeffrey Williams looks up to Lil Wayne or Dwayne Carter, the performer?
I believe you already asked me that.
And it's the answer yes?
I've already answered that, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so you answer the question unless there's an objection, and
And Your Honor, there is.
it's not up to you to decide what to answer and what not to. Yes, ma'am.
The objection was asked, answered, and just before we went on break, and best evidence, it was also played in the video.
Sustained.
Your Honor, thank you very much.
Okay. Any questions from any of the other defense attorneys? Nope, nope, nope. Okay. Is there redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Sergeant Gaither,
No
thank you.
redirect.
Is she released now, or are we going to see her back again too? All right, thank you. We can
They said yes, she's
probably
released.
get a little more testimony in. Can you call your next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls FBI agent James Burney to the stand.
Okay.
Yeah. Chloe Albert's revenge. Back to the. We got to get the Gaither ones out of here. Now that we're back home, I'll say it again. I do appreciate Gaither's homage to James Earl Jones. Shout out to James Earl Jones.
I do. Yep, my name is James, James, last name Burney, Berni.
Good afternoon, Agent Burney. How are you doing?
Hey, good afternoon.
Can you tell the
James
jury
questioning.
where you are employed?
Yep, I'm a special agent with the FBI.
And what in the FBI do you do?
Yeah, I'm currently assigned to the FBI's CAST team, C-A-S-T.
What is the FBI's CAS team? What does that stand for?
So CAST, which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, it's a team stood up by the FBI in 2009 after the FBI noticed an increased use of cell phone records in criminal trials. So CAST team members like myself specialize in both active and historic cell phone mapping and tracking.
Now, Agent Burney, taking a step back, how did you get to work, like before joining the Bureau? How did you end up working for the FBI's CAS team? What is your background?
Yeah, so I've been in the Bureau 17 years. Prior to the Bureau, I spent 10 years active duty in the United States Army. The last 6 years of that, I worked at the National Security Agency, or NSA, where my job was to track Department of Defense high-value targets in Iraq and Afghanistan using their communication devices, like cell phones and satellite phones.
Now, when you were in the Army, were you enlisted or officer side?
Well, I did a little bit of both. I was enlisted for several years before college, but I worked at doing intelligence work as an officer after college.
And what is, as they call it, your MOS or position within the Army? What was the branch that you were part of?
Yeah, so I spent, 10 years as active duty Army. The first 4 years was as an armor officer doing tanks, tank platoon leader, tank company XO. And then the last 6 years was military intelligence. And that's where I got involved and started working at the National Security Agency.
Is there any relevant training that you utilize in present day in your capacity that you learned in your time as a signals intelligence officer within the United States Army?
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, I tracked cell phones in combat areas of Iraq and Afghanistan. And we use a lot of the same techniques and basically a lot of the same information about how radio waves move and through space and that kind of stuff. So a lot of similar training back in the day in the Army as well.
Now, Agent Burney, what is your educational background?
So I have a criminal justice degree from Auburn University in Auburn, Alabama.
When was it? So what year was it
Want to
that
speed it
you
up?
began working with the Bureau?
The background
I
stuff.
began with the Bureau in 2007.
And I wanted to ask, when did you specifically become a part of the FBI's CAS team, specifically? What year?
Yeah, so I started doing cell phone analysis stuff in 2015 and became certified as a member of the FBI CAS team in 2016.
Can you describe for the jury, what is the FBI CAS team's mission for that unit within the Bureau?
Yeah, so we have several pieces of our mission. Our biggest piece is we provide exigent cell phone analysis in big cases. So every Amber Alert, missing kid, kidnapping in the state of Georgia and parts of Alabama and the Panhandle of Florida, I'm involved in all of those. We also do, emergencies for fugitives, those kinds of things, any kind of cell phone analysis pieces. We also have the mission to help support other state, federal law enforcement agencies with cell phone analysis. And that's what I did in this case. So basically review of cell phone records, historical cell phone records, so records in the past, and apply them and analyze them at certain dates and times of interest.
Now, what you had mentioned, cellular analysis that you do as part of the CAS team. Can you just describe that a little more for the jury? What does that mean?
Yeah, so by law, all cell phone providers, when I say cell phone providers, I'm talking like T-Mobile, Sprint, AT&T, by law, they all have to keep records of every mobile device on their network. And they do this in what's called CDRs, or call detail records for short. Think of the CDR like as the old school phone bill, when we get like a paper copy back in the day, right? I have our number, the other number we called, the date and time of that call, the duration, was it 60 seconds, 30 seconds? But in addition to that information, there's other information that's useful to both the provider and to law enforcement. And that is the cell phone tower and sector or side of the tower that was used for each call, text, or potential data session. So in addition to those records, all the service providers also have to keep a list of every cell phone tower that they have in their network. Meaning, hey, if we're looking for T-Mobile Tower 123, T-Mobile has to be able to locate and tell you, hey, T-Mobile Tower 123 is located at this street address or this specific latitude, longitude spot on the earth. And then it also contains the makeup of each antenna, meaning, hey, T-Mobile Tower 123 is located at this spot. Sector number 1 or side number 1 points in this general direction. Side number 2 in this one and side number 3 in that one. So basically, the cell phone analysis we do, called historical call detail analysis, is taking the call detail records when an activity occurred by looking at basically their phone bill plus the tower information, putting that together with the tower information, where the tower is located. By putting those two things together, we can get a general area of where a cell phone was when it had an activity, like a call or a text message on the network.
Now, Agent Bernie, how many members are there within the CAS team?
So I think currently certified members, we have about 80 something. There's about 20 full-time members like myself. So this is all I do every day since 2019 is review cell phone records and work exigent cases.
And are you assigned to a specific region within the country?
I am. CAS is broken up into 3 different regions. I'm in the southern region with basically my area being Georgia, parts of about half of Alabama, and then the Panhandle of Florida.
Are CAS agents always pulled directly from other units within the Bureau? Or are they hired directly to FBI's CAS team?
Oh, no. So everyone within the CAS program is a special agent and came into the FBI as a special agent, meaning, basically the FBI's detectives, right? So we do the investigation, the field investigations of all cases. So prior to coming into the FBI CAS program, we're looking for agents that have, worked in the Bureau for a while and have a background in investigations.
Why is that important to have a background in investigations when working as a CAS agent?
I think it's important because, again, we're looking at the cell phone pieces, but at the same time, it's important to know how a case is put together because we put together cases. I worked basically 10 years, almost 10 years as an investigator before getting into the CAS program. So it helps you be able to analyze the records and be able to help put cases together.
Now, can you explain to the jury what type of training do you need to become a CAS agent to start with?
Yeah, so to get certified, we have about 400 hours of training from both private and government contractors. So we go through everything from radio wave theory, how does a radio wave move through space. We also get training directly from the cell phone manufacturer. So Apple, Samsung, LG, they come in and talk to us about how their devices operate. But probably the best training we receive and most useful training is from the cell phone service providers, meaning T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, what used to be Sprint, right? They all come in and teach us, hey, from the time you hit the green button to place a call until you end that call, how is the phone call routed through their network? How is that routed call then show up in your cell phone records? And how would we use those records to then show where a device was in a general area of where a device was when it had an activity like a call or a text message?
How often do those cell phone providers train CAS agents?
Yeah, so we have that training in the initial portion, right, as part of our 400 hours. But then again, every year, all the CAS team members get together for recertification. So we get recertified in some gear, and we also, again, bring in all the providers, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, every year to teach us what's changed in their network. Hey, when's 3G going away? When's 5G voice going to be everywhere, right? Are there any changes in their records? So that way, when we do our analysis and we're working cases of missing kids, we have the most up-to-date information. That way, when I do my analysis and then I come testify like I'm doing today in trial, I have the most up-to-date information directly from T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T.
And when you say get recertified on the latest gear, is that just different types, or what is that?
Yeah, so that's just different kinds of gear we may have, like drive testing gear that can actually map the footprint of a cell phone tower, or make sure that some of our mapping software everyone still has licenses for, and those kinds of things.
In your time as a CAS agent, how many investigations, roughly speaking, have you worked that involve some type of historical cell site analysis?
Yeah, so again, reviewing cell phone records and doing cell phone analysis has been my full-time job since 2019. So I've looked through probably 1,000 records, if not more. And in probably, several hundred different cases. Some cases have multiple phones, right? So in that kind of case, I could look through 10 records for one case. So probably, if I had to guess, between, maybe right around 200 cases, but again, probably looked at records over 1,000 times.
Now, Agent Bernie, have you yourself ever given any training to other law enforcement personnel, either inside or outside the FBI, on cell site analysis?
I have, yeah. So I teach a CAST basic course, which is the basic introduction to cell phone analysis, what records are available, how to get them, and then how to basically map them. And we teach that to local law enforcement, other federal partners. I probably taught the basic course maybe 15 to 18 different times in, I think, like 6 different states. I've also conducted some overseas training. Been to London, England to do some training, Caribbean, some parts of Central America, Mexico, and I even did some training, worked a case in the Ukraine prior to the war.
And Agent Bernie, in general, what type of cases have you worked as a member of the CAST team regarding cell site analysis in terms of cases within the FBI?
Yeah, so worked all kinds of cases, everything from kidnappings, runaways, homicides, drug cases, any type of case that you need to determine the location of the device, we can use this type of investigative technique. This week, several CAST team members, including myself, have been using this technique to locate missing people from the hurricane that just came through, right? A lot of loved ones still missing. We have their phone numbers. We go get cell phone records and try and locate those individuals based on cell phone records. So any type of case that you need to locate a device, you can use this technique.
Agent Bernie, do you ever assist law enforcement agencies outside of the FBI?
Oh, yes. I would say probably 80% of my work is agencies outside of the FBI. A lot of state and local agencies, both with active investigations that are ongoing, or historical stuff. And again, a lot of those can be criminal. I just worked a case, I say maybe 8 months ago or so, of a suicidal kid who had a bunch of pills, was in the woods, called his parents and said, hey, I can't take it anymore, I have all these pills. So we were able to use this technique to be able to locate that individual prior to him taking pills. So again, we can work any kind of investigation that's needed.
How does that process work? How do you end up working on an investigation from a local or state agency?
Yeah, so they just request assistance through the FBI for the FBI's CAST team. Again, the FBI is in a unique position that it can have individuals that specialize in this. A lot of small departments don't have either the money or the manpower to dedicate to it, but the FBI is in a unique position in which it does. And so that's why the CAST unit is there to provide assistance to not only internal FBI cases, but also any state, local cases as well.
Now, with the cases you've worked on as a member of the CAST team, have you ever cleared or exonerated a suspect in those investigations you've worked?
I have, yes. So it's quite often that I'll partner with another agency, be it Montgomery, Alabama Police Department. They'll have a murder, get some records, interview a suspect, and then send me the records and say, hey, our suspect says that he was in Florida at the time of the homicide. It's quite often that we review records and are able to shore up the alibi for that potential person, and therefore eliminating them as potential suspects.
Now, based on your training and experience, is cellular telephone records reliable to utilize?
It is, for a couple different reasons. One, think of, hey, this is a multi-billion-dollar industry, right? We pay a lot of money for our phones, and we pay a lot of money for our plans of our phones every month. So if we're not happy with AT&T, we'll just switch to Verizon or T-Mobile, right? Well, the companies know this, so they use these records because they're business records. They use these records every day to optimize their network. They want to know, where are people making calls from? Are there dropped calls in a certain area? Are there lots of calls in another area? Do I need to add a tower or a sector or those kinds of things? So they use these records every day to optimize their network to make sure it's running the way it needs to run. The second thing is, if you think of the late 80s, early 90s, when cell phones first became popular, right? We paid for our plans in 2 different ways. One is we would buy like a 300-minute plan, right? You had 300 minutes for the month. And if you went over 300 minutes, you went to 301, they charged you 25 cents extra each minute after that. Well, they had to accurately keep track of every call you made, how long those calls were, so that they could accurately bill you if you went over 301, because we all know they're getting their money. The second thing is at the time, we had our home network and then roaming charges, right? So if you lived in Atlanta and you took your family to vacation in Florida, you were considered roaming at the time because you weren't in your home network area. So they charge you extra to use towers outside of your main area. Well, in order to do that, they had to accurately keep track of every cell phone tower that you used so that they could charge you extra when you went outside. Now, we no longer pay for our plans that way, right? We now have unlimited minutes and you can take your phone anywhere you want in the US. But we all know that information is power. So they've never stopped recording all of that information on all the calls you make and all the towers that you use because they have to. It's on their call detail records.
Now, Agent Bernie, have you ever been qualified and tendered as an expert at trial before?
I have.
What were you tendered as an expert in?
Historical call detail analysis.
And how many times have you testified after being tendered as an expert in that field?
I think I've testified about 85, 86 times in 9 different states.
And when you testified, did you present the cellular analysis that you conducted for those respective cases in that trial?
I did.
And what methodology in general did you use when you testified at those trials?
Yeah, so again, the methodology is what we call historical call detail analysis. So taking the CDRs, the phone bill with the tower information, putting that together with the tower list, where calls are. So you have when calls are from the CDR, where calls are from the tower list. By putting those 2 things together, you can get a general area of where a phone was when it had an activity. So that's the methodology used.
And is the analysis that you used peer review before testifying in trial related to the cellular analysis investigations that you conducted.
It is. So the peer review is basically I create an analysis based on information and records sent to me from law enforcement. I then create a draft, send that draft to, in this case, the Fulton County District Attorney's Office to make sure we have all the phones analyzed we need, we have all the time periods we need. And then when that report covers everything we need, that report gets sent to another CAST certified individual who basically uses the records, creates their own report, verifies their report and my report are exactly the same. And then we finalize my report prior to showing it in trial.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders Special Agent Bernie as an expert in historical cell site data analysis, cellular phone technology, and cellular device location information.
All right, he is set qualified and may testify as an expert in each of those areas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Agent Bernie, what is
So he's
phone
qualified,
toll
so we can
analysis?
slow it down.
So phone toll analysis is reviewing the cell phone records for basically who called who, what days, and what times. So that does not include like the towers and sectors for the location portion. So for toll analysis, we're just looking at who called who, what days and times did those calls or text messages occur.
Did you ever perform phone toll analysis for the January 10, 2015 murder of Donnie Thomas?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how you, in general, conduct that?
Yeah, so I was asked, basically given a list of phone numbers and associated users for those phone numbers and asked, hey, can you tell us when these associated numbers talk to each other on January 10th and into January 11th of 2015? So I reviewed call detail records for each of those numbers and then saw, hey, when they called this other known or associated number, pulled that out and date and time. So I made a list of every time any associated or known number I was asked to review called another one of those same pool of known or associated numbers.
Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to certified business record exception, the state wanted to tender into evidence 523 Yankee, 523 Yankee Alpha, and 523 Yankee Romeo, with Romeo being the business record certification.
All right, those are admitted.
Now, yes, sir. Oh, yes. And Your Honor, I have a exhibit list that I meant to pass out before starting that. I'll move to make sure. Thank you. Including court.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that a sped up squeak?
Now, yes, sir. Yes. Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with what's marked as 525 Yankee. Sorry, my apologies, Your Honor. It's 533 Yankee.
Okay.
And dropped it already, but I found Maurice's ex. It's Maurice Dortch is his last name. Dropping his ex in the chat. Great person to follow, and more than a camera guy.
So, Agent Bernie, Your Honor, I'm remarking some exhibits that came in today. This will be 533 Yankee, but I want to show Agent Bernie handed this to look at it.
Okay.
Agent Bernie, can you take a look at that and just look up at me when you are ready? Okay, thank you. And Agent Bernie, for the record, I'm going to put this 533 Yankee sticker on there. Thank you. What is 533 Yankee that I just handed?
So this is a copy of the toll analysis that I did for the January 10th, 2015 incident.
And is it fair and accurate depiction of the toll analysis that you conducted for this case?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender into evidence 533 Yankee at this time.
It's admitted.
Now, Agent Bernie, before coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review some physical boards?
I did.
Agent Bernie, I'm going to set these here. And one sec. Were the Your Honor, just for the record, 533 Yankee Alpha through Juliet is what is next to the witness, which are physical items. Agent Bernie, were you able, and can you briefly review to confirm if you recognize those items without the members of the jury seeing them yet until they're admitted? and I can assist you if need be. Do you recognize those, Agent Bernie?
I do.
And are those, or what are those?
Yeah, those are basically just larger blow-ups of my toll analysis that I put together. So what I have is on a spreadsheet, which may be hard to view. So this is just a easier way to view the same information that's on my toll analysis.
And will 533 Yankee Alpha through Juliet aid your testimony to this jury?
It will.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 533 Yankee Alpha through 533 Yankee Juliet as a demonstrative aid.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, may I briefly approach the court?
You may.
Big shout out to Rice Street, and you guys are always so funny when Rice Street gifts. We're freeing people from Rice Street today, and this is the only opportunity you guys can properly, positively shout out Rice Street, because it's the Honorable Rice Street. I think I gotta point this way because my camera flips. The Honorable Rice Street, not the other Rice Street. So Rice Street's out here freeing 5 people. We've got 5 new freed slimes. Get that in the banner, special banner.
So, Agent Bernie, I'm going to, can you pull up 533 Yankee before you? And Your Honor, I'm going to publish 533 Yankee. Now, Agent Bernie, can you see 533 Yankee?
I can.
On the screen? Can you briefly, or can you tell the jury what numbers did you conduct toll analysis on for this?
Yep, so as you can see on the right-hand side, the phone numbers associated there, there's 12 different numbers that I was asked to basically review calls in between those numbers on this date.
Now, Agent Bernie, I wanted to put up before you 533 Yankee Bravo.
Oh, shout out. Love the chat here. Shout out to Bob Conklin. I'm going to share an article link.
Alpha, Your Honor. And Agent Bernie, is 533 Yankee Alpha inclusive of the numbers that you conducted a toll analysis for?
So on that sheet, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 numbers. So I compared a total of 12 numbers that you see on the top right-hand corner up there, yeah.
And Agent Bernie, can you briefly go through just the last 4 and the name associated with the numbers that you conducted toll analysis on?
Yep. So I looked at the 1990 number associated with Dolly Greer, the 9220 associated with Brian Williams, the 9596 number associated with Jeffrey Williams, the 6080 associated with Demise McMullen, 5726 Quindarius Zachary, a 3904 number also associated with Jeffrey Williams, the 8008 Javaris Bradford number, 3145 number associated with Justin Cobb, and then a 2643 associated with Kelvin Treadwell, 8935 associated with Antonio Sledge, a 5991 number associated with Kenneth Copeland, and then an 8553 number just associated with YSL Enterprises.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to, I have a paper copy of what those physical boards depict that I'm going to mark this as 533 Yankee Kilo. If any defense counsel wants to see this, they may. it encompasses what 533 Yankee Alpha through Juliet contains.
Of course.
Now, Agent Bernie, I'm approaching you with what's marked 533 Yankee Kilo. Can you just flip through that and just look up at me when you are ready? Does that, or what is that?
So again, this is my toll analysis that I conducted on Exhibit 533 Yankee into a more digestible version that's easier as an exhibit.
And is that the same, or is that identical to the physical boards that are standing next to you right now?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender as a demonstrative aid 533 Yankee Kilo into evidence at this time.
Okay, that's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the state's going to publish 533 Yankee Kilo. And Your Honor, I'm also going to place before the jury 533 Yankee Bravo. Agent Bernie, if you need to stand, or are we able to see 533 Yankee Bravo?
I can.
Agent Bernie, I'm going to give you trusted control of that laser pointer. If you could use that while we're walking through that, that would be greatly appreciated. So, what was the time frame that you used to conduct this toll analysis?
So I was asked to take a look at and put this toll analysis together for times after 7:28, roughly 7:25, I think actually was the exact time, 7:25, and later on January 10th of 2015.
And very briefly, Agent Bernie, I am going to publish what has already been admitted as 2 Yankee. Agent Bernie, can you see 2 Yankee on the screen behind you or in front of you?
I can, both.
What is the date, location, and time of 2 Yankee?
If you're talking about the call information, I'm on the middle of the screen. It says date of January 10th, 2015.
And what time was this call received?
Received at 19:22 and 32 seconds.
And what is the location?
The location is 330 McDaniel Street, Southwest Atlanta.
Republishing states 533 Yankee Kilo is the first call on 533 Yankee Bravo. How many minutes after 2 Tango we just read is that call?
So what was that, 7:22, I think was the call we read on there. So that would be approximately 7 minutes. The first call is at 7:29. So it shows up there as 19:29. Again, that's in 24-hour military time. Subtract 12 hours from 19, and you get 7:20.
Oops.
And who is the associated name calling who?
So we see that that's between 6080 and 3904. The 6080 is the calling number, and that is Demise McMullen, or the number associated with Demise McMullen. And then the 3904 is associated to Jeffrey Williams.
Now, can you show the jury where the second call is after that and who is calling who?
Your Honor, may I stand and point? I'm not sure the laser pointer, if they can see it.
There's a laser pointer and also, I don't know which one would
Old
help
school.
you.
I like it.
All right.
So on the total analysis, the number on the left-hand side, you see the phone and then the arrow shooting out. That shows that that's the originating number. So every number on this side here called the number on this side over here. This is the receiving side. So for this very first call, we see the number 6080 place a call at 7:22 p.m. to this 3904. And then this last portion here shows the number of seconds that call was based on review of the records on the outgoing calls phone side.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask Deputy Hilton to assist me with a whiteboard,
All right.
if you would be so kind. I was going to ask for the first call. Could you, anytime someone's name comes up for the first time, Deputy Hilton, would you mind assisting me in writing who calls who?
Yes.
Thank you. So Agent Bernie, how much time is between the first call and the second call?
So 7:29, again, that call there lasts for approximately 47 seconds. And then the next call is at 7:31. Again, the 6080 calls the 8008 number.
Now, the call immediately after that, who was associated with 3145?
3145 is Justin Cobb.
And how long is that call between 3145 and 8008?
So that's this call here, again, at 7:31, that lasts for 34 seconds.
And then after that, is there another call but with 0 seconds between 6080 and 8008?
There is, again, at 7:31.
Now, the first call was the phone associated with McMullen calling the phone associated with Defendant Williams. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Who, after that call, the very first call, who is the next phone number that 3904 calls?
3904 at 7:31, 3904 calls 9596.
And who does 3904 call immediately after that?
So right after that, it's 7:33, 3904 calls 2643.
Is that the first time that 2643 shows up in this toll analysis for this time and date?
It is.
And who is 2643 associated with?
Calvin Treadwell.
After Kevin Treadwell receives that call, who is the next phone that 2643 associated with Kevin Treadwell calls?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Who is the next call that Kevin Treadwell calls after receiving that phone call from 3904?
2643 receives a call from 9596 at 7:35, and then places a call at 7:35 to 9596.
Now, is there ever any communication from 2643 to 6080?
There is.
Where, can you show the jury where that is and what time that is?
Yep, so we see here 2643 at 7:38 to 6080. That's for 28 seconds.
And is that the phone associated with Kevin Treadwell calling Demise McMullen? And what is the last call depicted on this first slide? What is the time and who is calling who?
So this is at 7:39. The 2643 number, again, places a phone call to 9596. That lasts approximately 7 seconds.
Now, when you've conducted toll analysis, is this a small, medium, or large amount of activity between these numbers?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Agent Bernie, can you describe for the jury how many times have you conducted toll analysis as a member of the FBI's CAS team?
Probably well over 100, if not several hundred times.
And have those several hundred times you've conducted toll analysis involved more than one number?
Yes.
Have you, through conducting that, have you had time to form an opinion about, or working those hundreds of toll analysis that you've done, have you seen variations in the amount of connections made in the windows you're requested to look at?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance also not beyond the scope of the jury.
Overruled and overruled.
You may answer, Agent Bernie.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. In working those different toll analysis, have you seen variations in the amount of phone connectivity in the couple hundred cases that you've worked specifically on toll analysis? And this specific, for January 10th, 2015 toll analysis that you conducted, is it a small, average, or high amount of connections between the phone numbers you analyzed?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Agent Bernie, how many phone call, or how many numbers of the numbers you analyzed speak with one another in the first 10 minutes, or excuse me, in the first 17 minutes after the 911 call comes in on January 10th, 2015?
Hold on one second. So 6 different numbers are involved in calling each other in the time period reviewed between 7:29 and 7:39.
And Agent Bernie, I'm going to write on this whiteboard, and I'm going to use this marker, and then we're done. So the very first call is, what is the last name associated with the first call?
The first call is McMullen placing a call to Williams.
I'm going to check on the grounds of speculation as to who is calling who. Phones are calling the phones. Objection to objection.
Sustained.
Agent Bernie, with phone numbers, I'll ask you when I'll say associated phone numbers for the names associated with the number called for. Is that all right? The associated names. I know you don't know the thing.
That's correct.
So, Agent Bernie, I'm going to write on here the first time that you see a number in these records, let me know and let the jury know. So, first is 6080 associated with McMullen.
That's correct.
And calling 3904, who was associated with Williams.
That's correct.
And who was the next person that Williams calls?
So the next person that the 3904 device associated with Williams calls is the 9596.
And is that number associated with Dora Greer?
It is.
Is the first time 8008 associated with Bradford the second call? The first time that number appears in your toll analysis?
It is.
And who is the next person that 8008, or where is the first call that 2643 comes into on this first slide?
2643 receives a call from the 3904.
Which is the Williams number?
That's correct.
And does 2643 make contact with anyone else we've just discussed, or phone number we've just discussed, in terms of calling someone?
Yes, as far as outgoing calls from the 2643 phone, the next call is to the 9596.
And is there another call after that that 2643 calls?
Yep, 2643 also calls 6080.
Now, Agent Bernie, and I'm going to put up, or I'm going to hold up for the jury and you, do you see any connection in what I just wrote on this whiteboard? Is there any pattern you see?
I mean, obviously, we discussed the phones associated with each of these individuals. You can see the calls from and to those individuals are connected to other individuals on the chart.
And is the time span of the calls on this first demonstrative board all within a span or not within a span of 10 minutes?
That's correct.
Now, Agent Bernie, all of this toll analysis, did you ever receive records from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office to form this toll analysis?
I did.
And is that the CDRs you discussed earlier with the jury?
It is.
Can he be seated again?
He may, Your Honor. He may have to, if
Hey,
Agent
I
Bernie
just
doesn't
didn't know
mind.
if y'all were done with that or not.
We are going to refer back to it.
Hop back up when you need to again.
So, Agent Bernie, I wanted to show you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 464. Why did you receive, as part of your analysis, the call detail records for the 6080 number?
I did.
Ask a question, Atkins.
Now, Agent Bernie, can you see the screen before you?
I can.
Does this appear, or does this format of information seem familiar to you?
It is.
And what type of, is this, can you tell if this is Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint, or something else?
Yeah, this is a Verizon record for phone number ending in 6080.
Now, Agent Bernie, that first call, I'm going to scroll within 464 Yankee till we get to 729. And is Verizon records back in 2015, call detail records, are they in Eastern time, UTC time? What are they in?
They're in Eastern time.
So do you see, and I'm going to highlight it yellow, is that the call that's the first call depicted on in the toll analysis you conducted?
It is.
Now, in these Verizon records, is the number on the, can you explain for the jury, is the number on the left the number that received the call, made the call? What are these two numbers, these two columns to the immediate left of the yellow highlighted indicate?
Yeah, if you scroll all the way to the top, you can see the columns, and then I can better define them out. So as you see, column A is the network element name. So that's basically the switch name. So cell phone towers are put in, obviously, in various areas to provide coverage. And then a group of towers is called a switch. So a lot of towers report to one switch, and that switch then routes traffic to wherever it's going. So column A is the network element name, also called the switch name. So it just shows that these towers are all located in the Atlanta area. Column B is the mobile directory number. That's the number whose records we're looking at. So when a search warrant is obtained by law enforcement, they say, hey, we want Jay Bernie's cell phone records. His number is this, right?
Sorry, I froze it because I'm pulling up YouTube links to put in the chat for the streams that come after this. My bad. StreamYard doesn't love that. We are almost through with, fortunately for Agent Bernie, he's got to come back in like 2 weeks because court's not going to be, the jury's not going to be back until the 11th. So it's just giving me a sign to just end it now, cut it off. But I do want you guys to hear anything important here from what he testifies to, and also hear what Whitaker's interested in hashing out over the 2 non-jury days next week, Wednesday and Thursday. So while this is buffering, we can do some rewinds to fill up some time while there's no court in session. Big shout out again to you guys with, you know, we had a troll in the chat, and trolls are funny most of the time, but, you know, don't involve somebody's kid. That's a little bit, it's a little bit different. But yeah, why are we doing this long crime? Why are we doing this? And I wanted to make sure I got,
And
because
so
you guys are
that is the
looking
phone
for
number
it.
of the records that we're looking at. Column C is the dialed digits number. That's the number that was called for each interaction. So you may see the 6080 in there. That just means that that was an incoming call to that number. So the dialed digits just means that's who received the phone call. So again, as it would relate to our chart, it would be the numbers on the right-hand side of our chart, the one receiving the phone call. Call direction is a code used by Verizon to show whether it was an incoming or outgoing call, or back in 2015, it used to be like Verizon to Verizon, we get special codes. The seizure date and time, that's the date, and then the time period for each activity.
And guys, I have an idea, and it might only be the mods that can still see the person's name. I think YouTube might clear it when someone is hidden or trolled. So at least the mods, and also the chat if you can still see it. If that troll came back, I think if we right click and instead of hiding the user, we hit report, that could do more for the IP address. That way we can help prevent them from coming back. Maybe we can try that. Because for us, we can hide a user, but using the report feature is different. That's different than a channel moderation activity. Thank you. Okay, so we have some reports in here, you guys. So let's do that. If that same troll, anyone coming in to troll, we'll want to hide that. I think that's I don't know how to explain it, but I think like reporting someone might work better. I don't know what YouTube actually does, but they might take some action on the person's IP address. So, so thank you. I see some people reported it. And now that I see it's hidden, I can't pull it up and report it myself. So I think next time let's all hit the report button and then like give it like 2 seconds so people can hit report. And then we can hide them anyway. We can do both, but in that order. Because that's not right. It's people coming in with some variation of SteffJK in the name. And we're not going to let that happen. Right? Thank you guys for reporting. And also reported as harassment. Thank you so much, Danielle. No, it wasn't you guys. It wasn't you guys that did anything. But yeah, if they come back, I think it'll give YouTube a heads up to watch out for that IP address. And make it so they can't just create another username and come in. So we're going to crunch this down. We're going to close out. I did want to make sure I link to this right here, you guys. Thank you to the chat for helping to crowdsource this. But this extra clip where, because OG Cappy, yeah, when she said this is never going to end. So thank you, OG Cappy and Muck Duck for saying, I know there was 2 for sure, but there was a 3rd one at the very beginning, which was like earlier, the first half of the stream, or the morning stream. This is that clip here. So there's that 3rd one to bookmark. And I know I'm going to keep sharing links in the chat to the streams that are ongoing, but let's get through this.
So again, you can see the first call shown on there is January 1, 2015 at 1:22. And the times of these are all going to be in Eastern time. Seizure time is how long the call actually occurred. So from the time you hit that green button until that call is terminated or ended within Verizon, that's how long that call actually occurred.
Now, Agent Bernie, I'm going to go back to the call at 7:29 on January 10th. And I want to ask you, you see this highlighted call?
I do.
When is the last time before this call that's 6080 associated with McMullen and 3904 associated with Williams interact with one another?
So you'd have to scroll over on the right-hand side, but it looks like the last time 3904 was called by this number is right above that on January 10th at 6:57 a.m.
Is that morning or evening?
That's in the morning. So the times listed on here again would be in the 24-hour clock. So stuff after 12 o'clock will show up as 13, as 1 o'clock, 14 is 2 o'clock, so forth and so on.
And between those calls, do you see any of the associated target numbers that you analyzed interact with one another between that 6:57 in the morning call between 3904 and 6080 and the 7:29 p.m. call between 6080 and 3904?
Can you scroll over to the right just a little bit?
Yes.
Can you expand column K? Oh,
column K?
Yep, at the top right. There we go. So now we can see the dial digits and then also the numbers associated with placing the call. So you can see both sides of it. So in between the 6:57 a.m.
And I'm going to highlight that in yellow for purposes.
In between the 6:57 a.m. and the 7:29 p.m., none of the other 11 phone numbers that I was asked to take a look at are called or contacted by the 6080 phone.
Now, Agent Bernie, I'm going to put up what's marked as 533 Yankee Charlie.
Mr. Atkins, it's about 5:40.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just next few minutes, like, let's not launch into a 30-minute thing.
Your Honor, this may be a good time to stop
Okay,
before
let's do that.
another board.
All right,
Thank
you. And Agent Bernie, sorry to make you come back another time, but there is no way we're getting through your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give y'all our regular reminders that you need to make sure not to discuss this case with anybody or allow anybody to discuss it with you, and don't do any kind of research about this case in any way, and do not watch, listen to, read, otherwise absorb any kind of accounts about this case or anybody involved in it, and enjoy your rest of your day, and we'll see y'all when we see you next. All right. I know, but... At some point, we need to figure out where everybody is on what exhibits have been admitted and what haven't. I'd love proposed limiting instructions regarding, the convictions of any co-defendants. I'd like anything anybody's going to file that you want me to consider on any of those issues to be filed, if it hadn't been already, by noon on Tuesday. And I would like for us to get a better handle on our remaining witnesses, how long they're going to take, and if they're actually necessary. And I think that is going to carry us all the way through until we see the jury again.
Yes, Your Honor. And I just feel I need to repeat this so no one says I didn't say anything. I filed a notice a while ago about the contents of my client's phone. It's not going to come. It was seized pursuant to the Shamal Drinks incident. I don't believe that that's going to be coming. That's at the end of the trial if they go in sequential order. But I just wanted to, I put a notice in that asked the state to identify because it's full of bad character, irrelevant matters, etc. So I just wanted to flag that and just make sure that I reminded the court about that.
Thank you. I actually did have that note as well. Okay. Anything else anybody else is aware of that we still have outstanding?
Your Honor, I don't know if in your handle on remaining witness category included going through the folders for witnesses 52 through 103.
Well, to the extent we haven't done that yet, we'll do that. But, I mean, what witness are we on right now from that number?
None.
Huh?
Zero. No, they're not.
No, I mean, like, where are we now on the?
Which number witness we're on from that list?
Approximately.
No, we're in the. Well, Sergeant Bernie was 8 or 9 on that list. But
we've done more than 9 witnesses. You've been maybe a bit out of order, but yes, I mean, if we get to that during these days, then yes, we definitely need to do that as well. I mean, we need to do all of this, but y'all, again, need to take a very close and sharp look at what you think is still outstanding that needs to be presented in this case, because, and your estimate of time for witnesses, because this is just, I mean, it's sprawling. And it needs not to be. All right, so any other topics we're going to need to hit?
Your Honor, when do the jurors return?
I told y'all all when the jurors return.
Okay, thank you.
And also for Mr. Ryan, we need a ruling on the autopsy motion.
Y'all, we're supposed to get together and figure out what you could decide upon on your own, and that's what I'm waiting to hear back from y'all.
We're not going to agree on that.
You're not going to agree on anything?
Not on the autopsy.
Okay, well, I need to know, I guess, then what there is agreement on and what we need to litigate still.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and Whitaker should not have just lashed at Mr. Williams on that, because remember, Whitaker, was that Monday of this week? So 2 days ago, if that was Monday, had to follow up with the state to see if they did their thing. And they're like, well, we looked at some other cases about the 4 prongs. Well, did you file a brief yet? Well, no, we didn't put it in a brief. All right, we'll get with Mr. Williams and Leah Bossy on it. So if that was Monday, maybe it was Friday, but or that would have been Wednesday last week. I think it was Monday. They get with Leah Bossy and Mr. Williams. Today's only Wednesday. But Whitaker just acted like it's Mr. Williams' fault for not having a solid solution there. And Mr. Williams is only saying, Judge, we need you to arbitrate it. We need you to make the judgment here because we can't come to an agreement. So it's not Rodelius Ryan's counsel's fault that we have to still resolve this. And Whitaker just lashed at her for it. That always pisses me off. That pisses me off.
What else? Okay, that's it. All right. Please make good use of the time, enjoy the holidays, those of you who celebrate those holidays, and then get back to work. Let's try to be as productive as we possibly can with our few non-jury days that we're going to have, and anything that you all might be able to accomplish amongst yourselves in the meantime, I strongly encourage you to do that. All right, we're adjourned.
We did it. After fun power outage or internet outages, we got through it. Guys, I know there's a ton of live stuff going on. I want to make sure you guys can link to where you want to go. Thank you, Pink Slime, for confirming. I had seen, and to understand what it is, it's Radio Free Mormon's 200 episodes of Mormonism Live. And the thumbnail is laughing at the ridiculousness of Mormonism. So this is starting at 8:20 p.m. And Pink Slime, please start your channel content. I know you were talking about it. Please start making content. I just think you'd be great at it. I think you'd have interesting topics that not a lot of people cover. So this is recommended from Pink Slime. And we've got Club Classy. I think it's still in the countdown, but about to start. Maybe I'm... Yeah, they've got 8 minutes on the countdown over there before they kick off on a season finale. Blood Blasty, if you will. And Rice Street. Rice Street, please, as necessary, feel free to put people in Rice Street if they are harassing one of, not just even our mods, but really anyone in the chat. Enjoy the wrench. Put them in Rice Street. This is Club Classy. And this is set, I think, let's see, is Kayla still live talking about the YSL trial? I think Kayla started at 7, so she's probably, yeah, she's still live. Kayla's streams are usually pretty short, that's why I said that. But Kayla has Miss Jefferson and Millionaire Mel. They had great commentary last Wednesday. They're basically just doing Wednesday night rages about trials, and obviously YSL trials on the table for them tonight. So there's that. And let's see. And then again, I have a redirect set up for, they're going over the Sarah Boone hearing. This is Excited Utterance. You've seen her in the chat here, Dolly Talk and Potentially Criminal. And this is the last pretrial hearing before Boone's trial goes live. So, we'll call that one Boone. There we go. And we're going to get through these here. I know some of them are late, so they're going to be a little out of context. Peter Ortiz had said, who did nut down bad? Gaither had that line ready to repeat. Like, she said it like 4 times today. She was ready. Everything else, oh, I don't know. I don't remember. And yes, it was Gaither that said horrible. Thank you, Kevin Kirksey. Also, Baby D said horrible. Brina. Shout out to Brina Slime. Brina says we need a new snake emoji for Whitaker's invertebrate. You mean like a snake, but it's just the skeleton of it? That would be a great symbolism. They're gonna say she's an unindicted co-conspirator because she's using snake imagery. Oh man. Thank you, Brina. Breezy R became a member. Thank you for becoming green. Kevin Kirksey with one of my favorite L words of all time now because of this trial. Listen. Sometimes you need to add a lady behind that. But we've clipped all of those hot mic moments. Hop over to Thugger Daily. Drop a quick link to Thugger Daily in the chat to one of the moments. Grab all those hot mics that Whitaker thinks don't exist. Jason Sorensen, Chloe will appreciate this. The Canton Cross amnesia has gone down to Georgia. It sure had, at least for Gaither. And, you know, I do respect witnesses like Agent Bernie. I think they're easy to understand, even if the content's boring. You know, it's necessary to get that stuff in, even though it's boring. But my blood boils. My blood boils when we have a witness like Gaither on the stand that's just not taking her job seriously, but she was the lead detective in something. And we saw so much of that in the Karen Reed trial, where the lead investigator hoping to find nudes of the defendant while looking through phone records, making jokes that she hopes she unalives herself to friends in group chats. Just, don't get me started. So a lot of similar frustrations between those two trials. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, for anyone who doesn't believe in karma, I give you Darth Gaither. The more she testifies, the harder she breathes, as if her hose is literally closing up. Let this be a lesson, kids. Oh boy. Shout out to Sam W. Andrea said it earlier. Sam was so quick to come up with Darth Gaither. That was so quick. Oh, man. Peter Ortiz. Yeah, is this where Gaither learned it from? Gaither and Woody equal I don't recall. Just over and over and over. I loved this comment from Ike earlier. Ike said, been here a little over a month. You are truly blessed, Kat. Give thanks to the big one, whoever that is for you. And you guys heard me say yesterday, don't always know the words to use to say what I'm thinking. And I do feel blessed. I feel really blessed for this. And I love the way Ike said, give thanks to the big one. Proper noun, capital B, capital O, whoever that is for you. I think that's a really, really great way to say that, Ike. You are great with words. Lovely says, love your live stream. I wouldn't have any idea what the explanation of any of the rulings mean. I mean, sometimes they stump me. Sometimes I gotta check. And it is a bit difficult sometimes. We can't hear as much as we used to. We don't even get to see what's going on at the bench. Sometimes you could tell by the body language. So there is a little bit of guessing, but I'm happy to be able to explain and help people learn more. And also, I hope you've probably been paying attention in the chat here. The chat is so informative. Love the chat. Glad you're here, Lovely. Ms. Kate said the audacity's at an all-time high. Well, I think it's going to break its own record as we keep moving forward. And then Lovely also says, the defense needs to ask, can they treat the sergeant as a hostile witness? And they get to ask leading questions anyway. But just for like the sake of saying it out loud, asking to treat a witness on cross as hostile would still be hilarious. And I also loved when Shart laughed when Love made that. She tried to lodge a few bases for her objections, but one of them was like something harassing the witness, and Shart, like looking straight at her, leaning sideways from the podium, goes, harassing. It was so good. So good. And then also thank you for the 10 no comment. Appreciate that. Torres says the state is so unorganized, back to phone records. And good point. I mean, that witness might be boring, but at least it was organized. At least there was some organization there. Some. Oh, man. Muckduck Inc. says, okay, I could not resist. Why are they doing this useless information? The jury's not going to care how you triangulate a cellular signal. We all know it could be done. That's why 911 can trace you now on your cell. And don't forget the extra layer here, Muckduck. Woody bragged in an interview that when he commits crimes, he doesn't bring his phone with him. So, and they've attacked that a little bit on cross-examination with Kenneth Copeland. And then with Thorpe, they asked Thorpe, like, how many phones Woody had. So there's an extra layer here. Not only how accurate is it, how much is the jury digesting it, but also if it only tells you where a device may have been, that doesn't tell you the person that had the device. And then we also get the additional layer. If it was Kenneth Copeland in the car with so-and-so at the same time Tameka and Garlington at these timestamps, why is Kenneth Copeland calling Tameka and Garlington at the same time while they're supposed to be driving in a car together? So lots of holes in the theory that the state's trying to paint with this expert, Agent Bernie. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out and how we can conceptualize this over a very long trial, because I myself might forget some of the details I just spit out. If you asked me a month ago, it might be blurry. So how is the defense going to frame their closing arguments, get everything they need in to remind the jury of all they might need to remember right before deliberations? So big complicated questions with this case as far as strategy. Pink Slime says, you'd think Page would tread just a little lightly around defense. They got the chief judge thrown off the case. They can do it again, right? Good point. Good point. Can you imagine 2 judges getting recused from a trial over the course of 140 something days, and then the trial still moves on with a 3rd judge? Like, they would try to keep it going somehow, some way. Right Street again, thank you for gifting. Thank you so much for gifting, and I'm sure I'm going to see you over in Club Classy. I am going to check out the Sarah Boone stuff a little bit and support Hella, Dolly, and potentially Criminal with Club Classy beats in the background for a little bit until I can tune in. So I'll see you guys over somewhere. Danielle, you had me laughing so hard when you said Rice Street, no, we will not visit you. Amber Dawn says, look at Love's face and body language. Disgusted at the demonstratives. She can't stand somebody upstaging her, including her own team. She's hating on Atkins. And you know what? Atkins, I mean, we've like, oh, he's like working the runway. He's directing, because he talks with his arms, not even just his hands. He talks with his arms. And like, I don't, we make fun of him, but I don't really feel like we're like angrily like, why is he doing that? He's doing that to sway the jury. But when Love does these motions, it seems like there's a malicious intent behind what she's doing, or like a blatant disregard for her own demeanor and how that might impact the pool of jurors sitting a couple feet away from her. So like there's a difference, right? Atkins makes emotions. It's just kind of like that's just him. And then Love is just making motions like rolling her eyes, giving a death stare over to Maurice Dortch, the camera guy. Like, come on. Come on. So I agree with you. I agree with you. Whether it's upstaging to hate on Atkins or just upstaging because she just wants to be the most noticed, she can't help herself. Muck Duck says, give the man a gold star for his presentation boards that take us back to the 1990s. Oh, man. Oh, man. Shout out to the visual learners. Shout out to the visual learners. I don't mind a PowerPoint presentation, but again, you got to get over that hurdle of it being interesting. Like, do you think in deliberations, the jury, in a 2-week trial, the jury might want to look at these call records back and forth? But in a trial where they have all these, 200, 300 days of trial and whatever evidence was tendered to look at, I don't know how you're going to convince them to look at these specific details. It's just a different ballpark when the case isn't going to end in 4 days from now. Oh, man. Shout out to the 1990s. Shout out to, did you guys ever, like, last minute tell your mom you need a poster board to do a project for school that was due tomorrow? And your mom's got to run, or you only have, like, glitter glue at the house, so you got to use, like, a glittery glue stick to get your project done. Good times. Going to school in the 90s was a great time. I loved being an elementary age kid in the 90s. Thank you for the memories, Muck Duck. Ike says, great job, X-Men. Yeah, shout out to the mods. Y'all are awesome. And seriously, you guys, any disrespect at all, you guys always have the power to take care of it. 1,000,000%. And if you make a mistake, if you accidentally hide someone, I know the chat moves quick. I might not see you say it in the chat. Hit me on X or in an email saying, like, look, can we make sure this user is not hidden? And I can go in my YouTube backend and unhide a user. So don't worry about making a mistake if there's something like, if there's a reason to be cautious. We can undo it if we need to. Touche says, Whitaker's baseless snappiness is not becoming of a good judge at all. Goes without saying, but she has turned out to be quite disappointing. And it's just so weird. This is like going from Monday to Wednesday, and like sometimes you see the shift in the middle of the day. Just like, what is it? We get back from lunch and we have a different demeanor. And today it really might have been she's getting agitated through all of Love's direct, and then couldn't help but take it out on Shart when it was his turn, when it was defense's turn to cross. But that's not really, as a judge, you got to be aware of yourself and control that. Just because I can come up with a possible explanation doesn't mean that we aren't supposed to be reining that in, or that it's acceptable that it plays out in a certain way. So I don't know what it is that's going on there, but it's not a good look. It is not becoming. Good to see you, Touche. Hope being in the bushes today was great for you. And then Rice Street. Love you, Rice Street. Thank you so much for freeing 20 people from Rice Street. Super, super generous. Yeah, I'm a 91 baby. So I was pretty close to being an 80s baby. And I have an older brother, so like a lot of, I have some stuff from the late 80s. That was a big part of my growing up. I was a hand-me-down. We got a lot. My parents made sure we got a lot, but what they would do, they would buy us a video game, right? Like we'd get Mario or Zelda, and my brother would play it first because it would be his gift. And I'd sit there, I'd wait for him to be done so I could play it. So a lot of games, unfortunately, spoiler alert, I would know the gameplay before it was my turn to play it. But my brother's so good at video games. It might have like felt sad when I was a kid, but the amount of stuff I learned with the way my brother thinks, the way he processes things, probably a great skill set that's imparted on me being a little sister. And all through video games too, which is cool. You could learn a lot from video games. Shout out to all the 90 babies in the chat. Big shout out also, Amy E. says, we appreciate you, sending a message from Amy E and Classy. Thank you so, so much. I don't know if Amy's in here right now because they are live over at Club Classy, which I'll be tuning into momentarily when we close this out. Blah Blassy. They really do amazing stuff, amazing content in general together, but just so supportive of upcoming artists. It's a beautiful thing to see. Music was a big part of my life growing up too, and it gives me a place to feel like I can relive my teen years and my 20s, where you hang out with friends, you go watch music, and I don't do that much now post-COVID, post-moving to Florida. I moved right before COVID happened. So I moved, didn't really like go out and re-socialize. So what Classy Beats and Amy does has given me a home. It's like something I really mean it when I say I appreciate it. So we're going to be heading over there. Thank you so much for that support through Cash App, Amy. And I want to make sure from Rose sent a 5 on Cash App. Thank you so much. And then I also, this is worth clarifying, on the first stream today, I gave some timestamps. I still have to go and look back. DK Clark had sent, timestamps for us to look back at. And she sent a clarification because I had said it was between Love and Sprinkle, but she really wants us to pay attention, me to pay attention when I go back. Love and the judge and the court reporter watching Zoom, and watch what they're doing with Zoom, possibly to signal before certain objections. So got to tune into that. Can I actually look at the timestamps twice on Cash App? And I'll read those out again. That's going to be on day 138 from Monday. The timestamp was 5 hours, 28 minutes to 5 hours, 38 minutes on the day 138 stream on this channel. So I'm going to go check that out. And if you guys are body language watchers, that might be one for you guys as well. So big thank you there to DK Clark. And I'm always so nervous with Cash App because it's like people's names sometimes, and I don't want to read that on a stream. And we got Lake Cleaver. Thank you so much for the super sticker here. Great way to round it out. Again, this is going to redirect over to Excited Utterance on Sarah Boone. So you guys make sure here, we've got this awesome sticker on the channel with like the spinny eyes, like dying. Where are we going to go now? We're going to do one round of links. This is going to redirect. And I'm going to continue to drop links if you want to self-select somewhere to go while we listen to none other than the ABCs of Steel. Thank you guys so much for a great second accidental things broke earlier stream. Love you guys all.
A as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette.
G as in Goldfeather. K as in Kittens. M as in Magic. P as in Perfect. C as in Colette. U as in Unbelievable. V as in Victory. W as in Wonderful.
O for objection. S for sustain. E for buffering. E for Pepto-Bane. S for slime, my friend, and you, as in what you mean. I as in I don't recall. M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down E, T for telling anything, R for rights we stand, I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance. Keep your stances strong with ABCs of Steel. You can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Of Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. seas of steel makes me feel so